Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. Staying in from all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu, I'm drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. I can't find my cold, everywhere I go so cold. Wish that I could go, but you're too deep in the snow. Frozen skylights stored outside, and it makes me frozen inside. Every night I wanna drive by, but my coat is lost in the snow. Staying in from all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu, drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. Broadcast from my room, someone let me loose. Sunshine in a noose, frosted in the gloom. And I can't dry you, my windshield frozen too. Think gas won't make the fumes, I'll never make it back to you. I sit at night, stuck on my mind, with the fireplace in my eyes. In the twilight, different moonlight, nothing comes out late at night. Staying in from all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu, drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. Cold nights, drive through different tools, scroll down, window meters on. just what you decided for me. And every time I close my eyes, we're falling from the skies. Yeah, we're falling, yeah. And every time you take my hand, the cycle starts again. You want me to swim, but you'll be my ocean. We're spinning in circles, a circular motion. You want me to swim, but you'll be my ocean. We're spinning in circles, a circular motion.
And welcome. Here we are excited for the grand finals. You know, it is the final week. It is the last postseason series of this Protectors League. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Orbital. Of course, Slayer will be here in a little bit, but for right now, we do want to talk to you a lot about what is going on. Actually, I lied. It's the Defenders League because I know exactly what I'm talking about. It is going to be an amazing time here, and I know for a fact that I am going to enjoy this one. This was a highly sought after matchup, and I mean, I think for some it was surprising, for others it was predetermined. At the current moment though, we do got to talk about a few other things that are on the dock before we go too deep into this series, because we know it's going to be a long haul. So with that being said, let's go ahead and touch on that one. First off, we are going to have the all-stars joining us for the amazing battle between the Titan squads and the Aegis squads, and of course we have your members representing the Defenders League coming up here. It's going to be a pretty dang good time, and I think everyone is well deserved. So your summer 2024 all stars are going to be Flame, Ulrich, Anthony, Duck, and Chill Will Kills. 3 of the 5 members we will be seeing a little bit later on here on the day, but I think it is very well deserved. Of course, Ulrich coming in from XG, and then Anthony in the mid, going to be having a lot of fun. This will be very interesting to watch for as well. They will be representing Aegis moving into that Titans matchup, and I think that in itself is very awesome. Well, congratulations to all the members that have made it here in the Aegis Defenders League. I think it is very appropriate. It is very high skilled and can be very difficult to go ahead and take off on, but at the current moment, this is going to be the best part. We do have another team, I do believe, coming through here, the second team that of course will be sent. I do believe that'll be for another time. Okay, so yeah, let me take a look, because I do not remember where they all... there we go. Okay, no, I do know, because this is the Marauders League team that'll be coming through. It's Night Raven, Source Walker, Philly, Cartana, as well as Pepega, and that'll be your Aegis Marauders League representatives. Again, congratulations to all of them. ADL team 2. It's all ADL. What? I'm a little bit slow right now. Okay. I'm a little bit slow. I do apologize, everyone. There are 3 teams going from the Marauders side. Now, the final squad is going to be, that is representing the ADL. It is going to be TMG, Cone, Joby, Marjan, Ketu, and Sun and Stars. Again, I apologize about all of that. We have gotten all the teams all the way through, though, and I think you'll be very entertained by what they're going to have to offer. However, you're going to see 2 teams here today, Elysium, Ymir, as well as this upcoming matchup between IDA and Elysium Ymir. First off, Elysium Ymir running flames, Source Locker, Margin, Ketsu, and Bo5. However, we have gotten information that, of course, for Elysium Ymir, there is going to be a little bit of a substitution. So, yes, I do believe so. It is actually going to be Joust in that bottom lane instead of Bo5. That is going to be maybe a little bit difficult to deal with because that is just, it always hurts to have a sub in the finals. It feels a little bit bad, but we'll see how it does. Of course, on the other side, Iridescent Dawn Avengers will be having their own set of matches. IDA, of course, running GG, no rematch. Joby, Blazing Cake, Duck, and Chill will kills. Of course, we have gotten word that in that same sense, Duck is actually sitting out. Dibble will be stepping in that sub roster. And of course, so an ADC and support both taken out for a very important match. Either way, though, I know it's going to be good because all of these matches, all these teams have been to the 5-game series. That means Slayer gets the best of both worlds. We might be going to a 15th game here in this amazing semifinals and finals. I mean, Slayer, are you ready?
Yeah, I could not be more ready. In fact, Orbital, I think this is as prepared as I can come into this. 5 games. Honestly, I think the big thing here is the way most of the season went. I don't know if we expected to not have Mint Gaming here. So the fact that we don't have them here just makes this entire series so much more fun, especially who we heard from IDA after they won their quarterfinals match. They're like, Mint Gaming isn't crap. We'll see you guys in the finals. And well, hey, they backed up that talk, got themselves here.
It was one of the more interesting things as well because both squads kind of came in with some, noticeable information. Number one is, of course, IDA sitting down at about 4th or 5th. It was a very difficult matchup. They're going up against Mint Gaming, quite literally the top dog here in the ADL, and yet they took them to 5. Of course, I didn't really get to see that matchup, but I can only assume it was a bloodbath. And then we did see Elysium Ymir going up against the likes of Dorado Gaming Row, and that matchup, I think, exposed a lot of weaknesses within Elysium Ymir. There are a lot of problems, I think, closing out the match. There are also some issues with regards to being able to find early game patterns. And to me, that's going to be the big question mark. Taking a look at Elysium Ymir versus IDA, Elysium Ymir are slated a little bit higher up in the things, but I don't doubt at all that IDA are going to come out here, be absolutely annoying. I want to say is the best word for it. I think it's going to be a good matchup.
Certainly should be, as the draft is in fact going underway now. We're getting started, and it is interesting. I want to see how draft strategies may change for IDA or maybe even Elysium Ymir when you're approaching the fact that I think Duck was the most consistent damage carry threat for IDA in a lot of their big matches. I think a lot of the times we looked down and saw, all right, how good does Duck look against the other bottom lanes? Most of the time, you would really take him pretty handily. So we'll see exactly how that and the shifting meta around these AD carries will really factor into this draft, because we are starting to somewhat shift away on our live patch away from pure hyperscaling AD carries. I've been seeing a lot more Callista getting played at higher levels, and those Varus changes really are going to bring back him just going one-shot piercing arrow build. So we'll see exactly how both these AD carries want to stance up for game number 1, as we only have one AD carry band go away, and Elysium Ymir want to grab that Udyr on the B1.
I would assume so. Udyr can be such a nice prevailing factor. I think Flame plays that one quite a bit, as well as Source, so it can be flex a bit. But when you take away the Jax, the Master Yi, as well as that Vi, a lot of top tier champions kind of dissuaded. The Gwen as well targeted, I think, towards that top lane, just saying, hey, IDA, you don't get this one for free. Sorry, we won't allow it. Of course, the best way to bully an Udyr is to bring out a possibility of a tank. Ornn is also still alive, but Skarner does make sense if you're a little bit more attuned to the Skarner damage output. You can do a lot of work in that top side or in the jungle, depending on what you want to route.
Without a doubt. Yeah, it feels interesting to see that we've gone so far, in a couple months with the meta, that, we're back to prioritizing kind of beefier top laners. But hey, there you go for IDA. They lock in the Varus. What is interesting is, like we talk about, this might be the, we're going away from the on-hit build. You might see an Arcane Comet come out here, the Monomune Rush, go for as much like mid-game damage possible. Who knows though, because we don't know. We haven't seen Duck play this Varus, and it's not going to be Duck on the Varus. So there's a lot that we're going to figure out here in this game number 1, Orbital, and especially Jhin Senna. Once again, I'm going to say it. I said it like a couple weeks ago, I think we were on this broadcast. This is a bottom lane pairing that just never existed until now because of the new Senna.
I mean, not just that, it's also a little bit of a bait. We haven't seen the Senate. We also haven't seen the Amumu that much. And we're seeing this Amumu hover almost every single time. And I have to say, both these champions feel very rough in the current meta. Now, I like the fact that you swapped away IDA. We're just hovering it. The Amumu feels like a bait. Senna also feels like a bait. They just tweaked Senna down to a little bit lower angle, saying, hey, you know what? Too much healing to come out here. Too much of a factor. So you don't get it. The Amumu itself, because it was hovered, I assume there's going to be a ban thrown out here for it. But I don't like it. Amumu tends to wane so heavily in the early game, and considering how much of the early game can be utilized to create a mid-game, proactive move, you lose sight of Dragon, you lose sight of those grubs. The Amumu doesn't field as much. Now, if you can be aggressive, you got great laners, it can work. At the current moment, though, I think it was just hover for a little bit of fun. The Leona, I think, is a much more appropriate response. You bring a lot of that CC down. Now you get to target that top side and the mid, which is why we see the Veigar and the Cassante currently being banned away. The other side, Elysium Ymir said, hey, don't want to deal with that play.
Don't want to deal with it indeed here. And it's interesting to see a Veigar ban getting hovered, because I know that was IDA's plan when they faced off against Infamous in their 3-0. They targeted one certain player's champ pool the entire time, and Veigar was one of those champions. So it's interesting to see they're still banning that away. Still don't really want to deal with the tiny mastermind Yordle. And we're back over to we're shifting. I'm willing to say we're pretty much back to normal mid lane meta. We're not seeing any extra mid lane marksman bans coming away anymore. It's Orianna, Hui, and Veigar, and what's the immediate hover? Azir. So we are back to the meta that every Worlds of the last 7 years has had, which is just mid lane mages running supreme. Who would have thought?
Oh man, you know what? Azir's fine. I don't see any problem with it. It does flex into, I don't want to say flexes. It builds straight into that CC heavy composition that you are currently running. So I like what IDI currently drafting. They are drafting for their team. They're drafting for that mid game. It's Elysium Ymir that is still waiting for a little bit more engage. Ooh. I think you can play that long range poke though, with the Jhin, with the Senna. You can run a little bit of guerrilla tactics. The Yone, though, this one would lead me to believe that you're going to apply a lot of pressure towards that mid. Yone needs a lot of help to really jump off the start. I don't say that as in they need help throughout the entirety, but if you can loan a Yone, 2 or 3 ganks in the early stages, it does so well towards that mid to late game. You can start running over a lot of opponents if being granted that opportunity. The last picks to come out here is a Kennen versus an Olaf. The Kennen is a great team fight slayer and also a denial tool for the likes of a Leona, an Azir, or a Skarner. The Olaf, though, is going to run right through that if we get to see that Olaf be locked in. I like what IDA are going towards. They're saying, hey, you want to place that Yone in the mid lane, get the Udyr ganks there. We're going to focus on the top lane. This rat will not have a good time. I like the focus from both teams.
Yeah, there are a lot of real skill-dependent early game matchups in every lane, right? Because bot side, IDA are leaning more towards the fact that they're going to have more control with their CC. Leona can be more aggressive. If they get engages, IDA's bottom lane should win. But Elysium Ymir, Jhin and Senna can really well space a melee support, and Avars that doesn't have his real main CC till ultimates come online. Obviously, mid lane, you favor maybe the Yone. Once you get out of those early levels into this Azir can be a real problem. But then, like you talked about, an R5 Olaf is a nightmare matchup for every single champion in the game, in my mind. A top lane 1v1. That's just how it is with this champion. The one thing that I'm really interested to see here is IDA. They're leaning a little bit more, controlled engage, controlled setup for these fights. They've got a Leona, they've got a Skarner, they've got an Olaf that just needs to press R. If you're Elysium Ymir, you got to be real smart about your setup, because Yone mispositioning an ultimate here, Kennen misplacing and slicing Maelstrom. They're your real front line, right? Udyr's going to be there, but that's all your engage. Outside of an Udyr stun, it's going to have to be on those solo lanes for Elysium Ymir to find leads early that they could snowball into these fights, because there's a lot more control on the IDA side.
Oh, 100%. And I want to point out that Elysium Ymir, one of the things that scares me is you take a look, if you cut their first part of the draft in half and look at just the top and bot, it's drastically different in terms of what they want to do. The Yone and the Kennen kind of want a team fight. They want to go in. I mean, you're going to use this wombo combo-ish. I say that with a lot of love in my heart, because Yone, just wants a tango, don't get me wrong. But the Kennen wants a great ultimate, and it feels like it was very much a deterrent. So if we see the Kennen start playing quite well, if we get to see Flame really lay down that damage, that'll be great. But I'm really more focused on what Udyr, Jhin, and Senna want to do. If we actually see them get into a team fight, I'm going to be really scared for them. The Udyr is not going to do too well. The Jhin and Senna can get blown up very quickly. I mean, this isn't a damage Senna by any stretch of the imagination. So I love the fact that you pointed out IDA feel like they have a very cohesive composition across all 5 lanes. And for Elysium Ymir, you're going to have to win out early if you want to put the likes of IDA behind.
Yeah, 100%. Win out early or just show some really high level macro once you get to those mid to late game stages, right? You could definitely spread the map out with a Kennen and Udyr and a Yone. There's a lot of ways for Elysium Ymir to win this game, but I like IDA leaning towards a safe, cohesive comp because IDA, these playoffs have arguably looked like the most safe and cohesive team, and that's what's got them to this grand finals. But the grand finals is a gauntlet in its own. We are about set to go into just the very first game of 5 here to figure out who will be our ADL champion. But before we can get back over to the Rift, we have a quick word coming at you guys from our sponsors, and then we'll be live from good old Summoner's Rift in just a bit.
Quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the League community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. ProComp stands out with features like custom champion pools, personalized tier lists, and live draft advice. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. They offer real-time champion ban recommendations. They already have over 200,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It is a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now, and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the panel below on our stream.
till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't.
The beginning of a long and arduous process has nearly come to a close with an Aegis Defenders League title up for grabs, and it's going to somebody new. No Mint Gaming left. Elysium, Ymir taking on Iridescent on Avengers. Two teams that went to the brink just to get to this spot. Two teams, Orbital, we think each have a very clear shot, but maybe one team a little bit better in this game number one as we hit the Rift.
I think no matter what, if you get outclassed and just, you know, the skill level, it can be a whole different story. Considering the subs are coming in here, Joust specifically in the bottom side, I'll be a little bit interested to see exactly what happens there. And then, of course, Dibble subbing in for a Duck might lean a little bit more into a difficult way. Duck, of course, being seen as one of the pillars for this squad, and just saying for IDA, I mean, you really need your star sometimes. Of course, with the jungle role, Source Walker going to be sitting into a very pretty lane, putting themselves in a nice spot for what could be a mirrored start, top side to bot side, but a late invade. Just trying to get information. I like this call down, get that ward, and happily play out. Freak, though, on the top side. Interesting.
What is very fun about this matchup as well, and like you talked about some of the substitutions, is when you talk about the all-star voting, the top side for Elysium Ymir is very much so farther ahead, right? They had Flame was the first team all-pro top laner. Source Walker was the second team all jungler. Neither of those spots are taken up by a IDA member except for Joby on the third team. And then opposite, if Duck does come back, or it's something for to keep in mind with Dibble, is that Duck and Chill Will Kills were the first team bottom lane of this entire ADL split. So very interesting to see how things go in this entire series. If you talk about top side versus bot side, who has the advantage?
I mean, it's a whole other thing as well, considering Freak, I believe, is also a sub coming in here. I was a little bit mistaken on my information, so I apologize. Stepping in here with the Olaf R5, I think, is always very important as well, because this does swing the nature of the top lane. Flame all of a sudden looking like a pretty nice, strong opponent, especially on a cannon. It can get very messy. Like I mentioned, an Olaf can do some work, and the cannon needs to be very self-sufficient in an instance to be that mainstay. I'm going to ult, and you're actually going to be scared of it. Right now, though, Freak is going to be doing some work and getting that CS lead as soon and as quickly as possible on that top side.
It looks like Marzion has done a pretty good job making sure to stay competitive in this early phase. Melee into range can be pretty tough in the first 3 levels, but is up what should be about a wave worth of CS. And another thing to point out here is Freak takes another not fun trade into Flames Kennen. This will be that new iteration of Varus we've been talking about. That is a Comet for Dibble. So we are going back to that lethality Varus of old.
Do I like this? We'll see. We'll see. I feel it does take away a little bit of the agency of a good DPS route. However, a bot side fight with everyone involved.
Yep, Chilwell kills, took the Zenith Blade, had to go in. Joss does have to flash away. His junglers both show up. Roots come across from K2, has the crit shot. Joby falls dangerously low, but will be able to back off. Arzeon has the first roam over as well to really help reinforce Elysium Ymir, and you can see K2 utilized every window he had to drop the damage he's got.
I like it. I really, really like it. It looked a little bit spicy. Remember, Joust was the one that first got caught out, but a nice turnaround in the first roam by Martian made sure that no one else fell behind it. So very, very nicely done. Of course, the problem for Joust is you lost both your summoner spells versus just an exhaust and Chilwell kills. So that could be easy kill threat come level 4, level 5. If Dibble and Chilwell kills wants to send it. And so Joust is going to be prime on the chopping block there, and I really want to keep eyes and see exactly how that's going to play out.
Yeah, that's a great point to make. And Chilwell kills, does it as well. Goes to the re-engage onto Joss. Tons of damage coming across from Dibble. Nowhere near execution threat yet, but yeah, like you talked about, sustain and range is in the power of K2 and Joss, but when one of them don't have summoners up, especially once those ultimates come online, might be an easy first blood angle for IDA spot side.
Freaking the top side as well, doing very, very well for themselves. I say that because you are up about half a wave and it might stay like that, but you're doing what you're supposed to. You're getting a little bit of a CS lead and you're trying to hone in, and you're really punishing Flame, and you're going to desync that TP timer, meaning you will get the chance to TP in whenever you so wish. Only thing I really hope to see is for getting a little bit extra in terms of the plating, in terms of that tower damage. You're not really getting that one. It is going to be Swifties or Flame just trying to stay away from those axes, so prioritizing speed and insurance of not taking a bad trade.
Don't hate it. Definitely is a gamble, nerfing your damage, but yeah, it's all about spacing in this Kennen matchup into the Olaf. We have the first dragon onto the Rift though, and both junglers clearing down. First reset to K2 and Joss, but if they can time this up, Dibble and Chilwell kills might go for a reset of their own. There are some pings coming around towards that dragon side.
And of course, with that dragon as well, it's a mountain. It's not one that you have to play for. Honestly, grubs would be a much higher priority for me at this point. If I'm either jungler, just, hey, can I get a little bit extra push power? Can I get a little extra in the back pocket? But it is going to be dragon started up very easily. No one on that side, considering Dibble and Chilwell kills each recalled at the same time. I like the call by Source Locker. Just grab the dragon, keep moving, start shifting up towards those grubs just to look and maybe ensure that you don't have to deal with it, because I think you do take it in a justified time to maybe challenge for the last 1 or 2 grubs.
Yeah, I like that recognition of the timer you had available, but like we mentioned, we are in the grand finals, so IDA recognize that means they get a free 3 grubs to themselves. But shout out K2, by the way, holding this deadly freeze on the bot side. He is freezing this wave completely out, but hold on. Ymir might actually want to fight over these grubs. Sourcewalker looking for an angle, does get stunned up, but they do have the numbers advantage. 2 grubs secured by Joby so far. And will the fight finally break out? Flame does have that slicing maelstrom, will drop it through. Ultimates are online and available. There's the Ragnarok on the bot side. Here comes Freak trying to wreck through all of Elysium Ymir. Stuns come across. There's a Shuriman shuffle for a double. IDA explode to pick up 3 kills to kick off our series.
I said it at the beginning. I think if we were going to see the likes of Elysium Ymir come out with a strong dub in game 1 with this composition, you had to get some early leads. You had to kind of take over. That was not the time to try a face-first fight. And considering the fact that Blazing Cake had also gotten off a great recall, had the Blasting Wand to follow up behind, it was problematic. Beautiful collapses, showed the strength of IDA, getting all of those kills. And now they can expand that into extra behind because you gave 2 kills over to Blazing Cake. It's such a big dub for Nazir, who will be your main source of consistent DPS.
100%. All 3 grubs also secure, but maybe a little bit of bait going here. Joby just glides out of the wall, though, once he spots Sourcewalker also hovering by, and Flame at this point. But we just got to sack this wave. You are what, 2 axes away from giving up a solo kill here?
Yeah, it's well, actually just one at that point. It's a dangerous spot to be in. But now with that extra lead and no TP to work with, Freak gets freedom. Went for the Swifties as well, so you're going to grab 2 plates total. Source Walker is going to cover, but it's still a heavy lean. You take a look at that, 1,200 in their own bucket. And it's a nasty one as well. Freak had picked this R5 Olaf. And anytime I see an R5, you know this, Slayer, I always talk about this. If you pick an R5, it has to be impactful. It better not just be glue at the end of the day. It needs to have some oomph behind it to really show why you left it for an R5. So far, it's doing work. Will it do more work later on? That is yet to be seen, but I am liking what the sub top laner is doing.
Yeah, if we're talking about style of the sub top laner, we've been actually briefed by our lovely production team, PVS, that Freak is actually Gwenge. If you watched our quarterfinals coverage, Gwenge stepped in for IDA, had a monstrous game 1 on. Stop, we've heard this before, Gwen. So just looks like we have a name change since we last saw Gwenge, but if we're talking about style of play, Olaf can ramp up crazily just like a Gwen can, and it's good to see that IDA is rewarding the players that have performed for them in these playoffs, and so far, Freak, aka Gwenge, is holding up the bargain once again.
Feeling real good about that bullying moment, and for right now, it's awesome to see them get another place. Of course, the Dragon will be the next call down here in about 2 minutes, and I want to see teams already moving towards that. Source Walker has so far fallen a little bit further behind, and that's what I'm actually really scared about. But hold up, this top side solo.
Yeah.
Woo!
Flame drops the Slicing Maelstrom just for a safety net. Ult's traded, but like you mentioned, more pressure and power over to Freak, who can just sustain back up and threaten more plates on that turret.
That's going to hurt even more. Remember, with this pickup of this Kennen, you're hoping for a much better start. You're hoping for a secure start so you can kind of carry that into the team fight nature. You're not getting that. That is your 3rd recall off this TP, which is wild to think about. After only joining in 1 team fight, Flame is having a horrendous time here in the early stages. Freak is getting everything that they could possibly want. It feels like Margin in the mid lane, for their own, has done quite well in managing against Blazing Cake, but I mean, the Azir is more than okay about the current situation. As long as Margin isn't getting kills, like, that's chill. I'm not even worried.
Yeah, especially, you know, that's like the 3rd time we've seen Source Walker have to go just hover that top side turret just to make sure Flame is okay, which also stunting Source Walker's ability to try and get a farm lead over Joby. Might see Joby go for a gank here. Wow. Early time with the Spirit Form, goes for the Impale, gets the suppression down. Flash away for Margin, but it's too late. Blazing Cake goes on a killing spree on a silver platter from his all-star jungler.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't exactly see a way back from this early game. I mean, Flame is already having a little bit of trouble. Ketsu and Joust, they're doing okay for themselves, but they're not doing great. And that is what's going to scare me by a margin as well. We mentioned that this Yone needs a little bit of help, needs to get off the ground in a good space, but I mean, that gank was perfectly timed. Joby knew exactly how to bait it out. Yes, you're able to grab the 2nd dragon. Don't get me wrong, it's a great prize to pick up. However, 3rd and 4th is where I'm really scared for Elysium Ymir, where they have to contest with the likes of Joby, of Dibble, a Blazing Cake, who are actively looking to deny.
And on the other side, they're going to give up 6 grubs. So you're going to give Freak on the side lanes 6 grubs to work with in a matchup that he's still absolutely dominating. IDA getting off to a hot start here. Nearly 3,000 gold lead at 12 minutes is, I mean, impressive. Might be putting it short or leaving it short at this point.
I feel it's almost criminal is what we kind of want to say, like getting some of these amazing kills and picks. I think those are accurate uses.
Joby, another great stun. This time he doesn't have the Impale, does have to flash away with the turret aggro, and Flame actually outplays it. Gets the stun, gets enough space. Joss Dawning Shadow will pick up the kill. But maybe a bit of outplaying from the first team top laner of your ADL season, trying to pull Ymir back in. The stun lands for Flame, couple more autos. He nearly drops Joby as well, who has to install impact his way back towards the tower.
I am not sure about that tower dive. You had no mana, you had Ghost, but you didn't want to use it. Now the mid lane's in trouble.
Oh, Margin, one more auto. It's another kill for Blazing Cake. This time he does it all on his own, but he's got Source Walker right on his back. Already used that flash. Good Emperor's Divide cuts off any further chase. 4-0 for the IDA mid laner to kick off the grand finals.
Making him blazing cake. That's solar flare. Good flash out by Joust, but this is still the jungle, the home and the territory of IDA, and I like the fact that they are pressuring blazing cake. You know you got a lead, you know you got margin on the ropes, and you know you're not going to be able to do this once he hits maybe 2 or 3 items. It's not going to be this free, so you build up a strength as quickly as possible. You got the Natural Sooth, which allows for more consistent DPS. You're going to look nasty with it. That's what makes me very, very excited. Top side though, I am a little bit worried. You basically walked into death, and anytime that happens I get really, really scared. I say go. You know, why did that happen? Why did you feel like you were going to come out on top? You had no mana, you had barely any health, and all of a sudden Freak is in a little bit of a tough find. If you go up too far, you might run into a very dangerous Olaf.
Oh, here we go. They're setting up the bait, but they pull the trigger a bit too early. A bit too gung-ho for that lane gank setup. I do like the points you're making though, especially for Flames Kennen, right? Obviously Freak's Olaf can match it, but a right slicing Maelstrom on a Kennen is game breaking, and we'll see if Flame can get to that point as they look for that regank on to Freak. The stuns do come across. They will force the Ragnarok out, so that key ultimate gives Flame some more pressure back in this lane.
Joby.
Oh, Joby though, looking for an angle himself. This time won't find any slam on the wall, and the impale, not as easy as that old Skarner suppress ultimate. This time it'll whiff.
That always hurts whenever you see it just go wide. However, this might give an opportunity over for this Herald, but with no key ultimates, this is actually a big chance for Elysium Ymir. Blazing Cake does have his, but if you can find one, maybe get the kill. However, it's a turn onto Source Walker. Ooh.
Whoa, Chillo kills another aggressive solar flare. This one will miss. Flame still in the area. Keep in mind, he has ult advantage over Freak. Slicing Maelstrom's available, but you can see how well all of IDEA have limited the vision on this topside river. There is no idea but fog for Elysium Ymir. That means the Herald will go over to Joby and company.
That feels so good. Getting that Herald and now enabling the rest of the map. I mean, Joby's looking for another gank here on the top side.
Doesn't have ult, didn't get the stun, so Flame could just juke his way out. Maybe just some Heartsteel procs picked up there by Joby and allowing Freak to get a wave shoved in. What a trusty jungler.
It's just nice to have, and you're just gonna keep going. I mean, this is Gwenge having a great time.
Yeah, Flame, good slicing Maelstrom, cuts the wave down. Now Freak's taking turret shots, maybe a little bit too early. Flame can push the tempo up. Ghost has to be forced out of Freak. The turret behind Flame will drop, and now he's in a bit of a pickle, but Margin has shown up. Joby will get a great stun though, slams Flame into the wall and kills him off before anybody from Ymir can try and get help. Margin goes in, misses the Fate Sealed, still has the Spirit Form trying to cut down onto Freak, but he has to go back into the might of Joby and Freak, and he's gonna fall flat as well. Joby is cooking on this top side of the map for IDA.
Cooking by Drifted. What the heck just happened? We mentioned that this lane matchup can get real spicy, and it breaks into a 2-tower lead, which is a massive injection in gold, not just to Gwenge, but to everyone on the red. Take a look at that gold spike. Bot side Dibble still sitting with it just above in 16 CS. Now has a 500 gold lead over their lane opponent in the mid lane. 1.5 in the jungle, 1K. Even in the support role, it is neck and neck, considering how often Chillwell Kills has rotated and roamed out.
Insanity. We talked about it going into the game. Based off all-star votes, you like Flame and Sourcewalker's odds. They finished much higher. Questions for IDA with Duck not being able to step in for at least this game number 1. They have to go to a substitute AD carry. What happens? The top side for Iridescent Dawn Avengers shows up in droves. 5,000 gold lead. They're going to nullify that dragon stacking for Ymir. They are just in complete control right now, Orbital IDA are.
I don't see him stopping anytime soon. Like, this is controlled pacing, and I feel it comes down all the way to the draft. We took a look at it. We were like, yo, this draft doesn't look great. It feels like the Senna isn't going to have that much impact, and granted, it really wasn't the Senna that threw us off. I think Joust and Ketsu are playing about as good as you can without any real jungle help. It's a poke lane. You're just trying to farm up, and that's all you're really hoping for. It was really this top side of the map that just went haywire in one team fight, and the rest of IDA has said, yep, that's our ticket in. We're going to have an amazing time, and it's only going to continue. Chillwell Kills and Dibble, I want to see be utilized for rotation and catches in the enemy jungle. I'd love to see a solo flare land and just kind of catch someone of Elysium Ymir off guard. considering that we are going to see this juggling of trying to get this last outer tower down, as IDA want to start breaching the rest of the base.
And that's what's great about this bottom lane, right? Is that there's so much CC there for Dibble and Chilwell kills that they really don't have to be the carries, and Dibble's power spike now is going to be once he gets this monomune completed. So a lot of damage available for this Varus, but it's Joby looking for another pick. That is Flash and Cleanse. Forced out of 2, but the Impale will still land for Joby. Problem is, no damage left over. Solar Flare comes down, does land onto 2. Can Dibble line up these piercing arrows? Mahjong from the side is going to jump in. There isn't enough consistent damage here for IDA because it's all stuck on the flanks. Freak is stuck between 2 turrets. Blazing Cake will cut down Marzon, but they lose their top laner for it between the 2 turrets Ymir has. They're going to land onto Joby. Can they find enough damage? No, because Blazing Cake is going in and he's going for it all. Shuriman shuffle onto 2. Give him a quadra. Blazing Cake is looking for it all in game 1, and he gets it. Pentakill Blazing Cake.
Blazing their way to a victory. Cook them in the kitchen. Holy moly. That is a wild source to have, and quite honestly, I think Blazing Cake is pissed off. I think Blazing Cake is pissed off that they weren't selected. They're like, yo, where's my nomination? Give me that. 9-0-1. I do not doubt that IDA are monsters right now. They came in as a lower seed. They toppled the first seed in a very shaky best of 5. And now they have a chance at toppling the 3rd seed as well. The entirety of this game 1 is going to be such a nice confidence booster for IDA. Granted, I don't think they're going to have such an easy time in terms of the draft side of things. Like I said, I really do feel the draft helped them out. But to make use of this, to have pretty much 3 winning lanes plus a jungle winning as well. I want to point out Joby tanks so long. But for Freak, for Gwenge, this might be your death here.
This is a classic Olaf outplay moment, and it nearly came online. I always get afraid of those 2v1s. Freak will fall, but look at this play, Orbital. They saw Sourcewalker bot side, so why not jump on the Baron?
I mean, they have some good burn. Blazing Cake, remember, 9-0-1 already has the Natchez plus the Leandres. You can burn through this so quickly, and you don't really have a choice. If you're on the side of Elysium Ymir, you just have to kind of eat this one on the chin. This is going to help alleviate a lot of the problems that they might have in terms of losing tower pressure. You can go ahead, quickly get back to lane, get ready for this upcoming Drake as well, which is Ocean. The more Oceans that you have, the easier it is to sustain through the heavy burst of a Yone and a Kennen. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Beautifully done. I just don't want to see IDA take a step back. I don't want to see them let off the gas just thinking that they won. I know they have a better composition and all, but we also know Elysium Ymir love to scrap and they love to bully out. If you give them a chance, they will try and get back in this game.
We'll see if they can find those opportunities, because not to harp on what we've preached since draft, you sort of mentioned their Orbital, but IDA's composition is just so much easier to execute, so much easier to survive later in these fights. You talked about how tanky Joby is. He's now got a Sterix completed. Second item Sterix on Skarner. That's how good Joby's feeling, but we'll give him extra survivability. And they don't look to slow down at all, Orbital. They're just going to set back up for that next dragon, try and start sacking those Oceans.
And almost just say full send towards mid, get a little extra damage down and invade in, and then clear out the wards. And that way you just create this dark pit. And it looks like they are going to do that. Maybe not on that Tri-Brush. If they can get the Tri-Brush as well, there is no way we are going to see the likes of Elysium even touch this dragon instead. And I like this call. You can see the pings going down. Sourcewalker is going towards the top side along with Margin. They're going to try and break this top side tower and get a little extra gold in their pocket. It won't be great, but it's going to be enough to help alleviate some of the problems that they're about to run into. I can get behind it. Margin goes ahead, clears the wave. You pinch down a full HP tower, and you're trading out the dragon instead. So it'll be towers 2 to 5, and then dragons 2 to 2. If you're behind, that's an okay trade.
Without a doubt.
Or not. Oh, wow.
They don't know where anybody really is on the map. They saw, what, Dibble show mid to catch a mid wave? But they didn't see Blazing Cake. They definitely don't know where Freak is as well. So not going to be confident enough going for that. And it won't be anything for that Ocean Dragon. I will say the one thing for Ymir is nice. They don't give up too much off that Baron play. They don't lose any of their critical structures within their base just yet. So it does give them a lot more time to stall out for some itemization from especially their solo lands, it feels like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you want to get this last tower down, and Joby, of course, by the way, huge tank right now, 128 on the Heartsteel stacks. This tower is going to be decimated in half a second. You don't have to force anything further. With all the towers down, now you can look to play a little bit more split. You can go ahead, try a 1-3-1. You can do a 1-4 as well, which is what you're looking at. Chillwill kills, also looking for the solar flare. I mean, you land 2 members, they're all just dead. Take a look at how squishy the HP bars. Flame is the only one with any semblance of good HP, 2.5k. You're still gonna burn to death so quickly.
Yep, especially with the burst damage of this new Varus and that Azir. How long can Ymir hold the line here? They've gotten some solid poke down onto Joby, and with Baron dropping, the wave clear is present. So first real siege onto the base of Elysium Ymir does not go too well there for IDA.
I think a big part is Gwenge couldn't actually hold topside. Didn't have mid prepped either, so the wave pushed out. You go ahead and say, okay, we can fall back. We don't have to force anything just yet. Let's go ahead and spend our gold. And you're starting to see that damage come through as well for Dibble. Dibble is just looking to hone out. I want to say when they recall, they should be able to grab another component. I don't think they have too much in the pocket. Namely, though, for Elysium Ymir, they're trying their best. 0-5-0 on Martian, so we're not looking there for the damage. Double Leandre is finished up by Sourcewalker and Flame, though, so they should be able to burn through if given this opportunity, and that's what we're going to be watching for. Ketsu going for one of the more difficult routes. Jhin, very low damage output, and like that static shit, I didn't want to mention it because it's just like it hurts to say, but that is a budget build if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this would be a good build path into his own comp. Like, I could justify it into his own comp, but he's gonna tickle Joby, and he's never gonna kill Chillwill kills. So I don't know about this build path. I mean, if Ketsu gets enough items, yeah, if Ketsu gets enough items, he'll be a threat. But right now, he's having to flash away from Joby. Flash Impale forces Ketsu's key flash out. Not much to do, though, if you are at A by this point. You don't have better pushing power in any of these lanes. Your side lane threat can kind of be matched by this Yone or Kennen's range, and IDA really kind of have to stall out for this next Baron play, it feels like, or if they can find any picks.
Yeah, I want to see them be able to catch it, though, because there is one very much available, and you can see the pings going down. Flame is like, please don't come for me. I really don't want to die right now. They're just trying to keep all the lanes pressured towards the base of Elysium Ymir. If you can keep it that way, then you ensure no wards really come out, but Gwenge might be on the receiving end of this one.
All right, here's the one play for Ymir, trying to get onto these side lanes. Do force the Ragnarok with the good deadly flourish from Ketsu, so that ult will be down, but Freak is nearly level 16, so that Ragnarok will more than be available for this Baron in about 45 seconds.
I was about to say, it's one of those that you're just like, oh, it's nice to be able to burn it. You can see that's all they really wanted, but it's still not going to be great. You got one, you're walking around, you still haven't really built out any extra items. Sourcewalker is able to hit 2, but I mean, you're still kind of squishy in there. I do want to point out, we do have the completed Manamune, and then Miramana will be shortly afterwards, I believe, as we're sitting on 258 for the Varus. It's going to take a little bit, but it is going to be a very nice damage increase whenever it is completed. Not only that, only a flash burn by Joby means that this next fight is going to be brutal to watch if you're not careful. The rest of Elysium Ymir has to be very, very careful in how they want to approach this Baron, or Dragon for that matter.
Yeah, they're doing a good job with the side waves answering. It's nullifying a lot of the pressure, but at some point, IDA are just going to call for the fact that they are stronger as 5 and maybe start up this Baron, or they'll go first to the cheeky death brush. Will not be spotted. Anybody that walks up to this is dead, by the way, on the comp of Ymir, and it doesn't work. That means we go to plan B. Orbital force them to come.
This is gonna be one of the slower ones. It feels like this Baron is not going down as quickly as you would like, which is actually going to give a decent amount of time to try and scout out this Baron. That's because Blazing Kick is on the bot side. It might actually get hard ganked.
Oh yeah, good slicing Maelstrom, but the that Survive does get one. Blazing Kick dodges a second ultimate. The Fate Sealed whiffs, teleport onto the Azir turret. Flame, Freak, excuse me, is coming down to bail out his mid laner. This is all of Ymir, by the way, against the 2 solo laners. They've got to go for this fight at some point, and here we go. Blazing Kick goes to the Stasis, try and let Freak run wild with the Ragnarok, but he won't find anybody because he gets spaced, and Ymir, they're still trying to fight 2 versus 5. Another ultimate coming in. They're going for the curtain call, but keep in mind, Blazing Kick Cake and Freak are just stalling. The longer they stay alive, the base is gonna crumble. Finally, both Freak and Blazing Cake go down, but Orbital, this might just be game.
I don't think they have time. There's no time to recall. They're gonna get back just in time to watch the last Nexus Tower fall.
All right, they all get back. Nexus turrets are down. There shouldn't be a way to go for this. There's not enough DPS, but they are going to fight it out. There's the first kill over to Dibble. He does have to flash back as he's got a Yone right on top of him. Still kiting pretty well. Jovi's taking starter finally falls. Can Dibble get it? He's going to fall one auto short. Chill kills will get it and win game 1 for IDA. Man, no way. Leona, baby. One swing of the sword. Oh.
I love it so much, bro. I love that so much. Oh my god. You saw that TP go down. You knew Gwenge and Blazing Cake were like, yeah, we're dead. We are dead. And the call to go straight to that base, I will 100% say if that were an on-hit Varus, that would have been very clear to be game over.
Yeah.
The only reason it took so long and looked so scary is because the auto attack speed was so slow. You take a look at him, he's just like, I have to auto attack right now. Still though, beautiful job. Call was solid, and IDA take a game that they had control of for a very long time.
Yeah, that was a domination, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe bot side wasn't dominating, but Dibble and Chilwell Kills obviously recognized they didn't need to play aggressive because their top side and their mid laner were absolutely balling out in this one. Blazing Cake ends highest damage in the game, 9-1-1 on this Azir, pentakill to start off the grand finals. And if we ever get word on Duck, Dibble played well, but if Duck is back in the squad the way the top side is playing for IDA, Orbital, I'm scared for Elysium and Ymir.
Yes, I'm going to sit here and say you need to go back to the drawing board. The draft board, whatever you want to call it. The comp didn't feel like it had a lot of synergy and didn't have a lot of form to it. Margin wasn't able to get off the ground. That team fight that you took was one that you initiated over by Grubs, and it didn't really pan out the way you wanted. I think you need to draft a little bit more oomph behind it. The Source Walker on Udyr makes a little bit of sense as B1. Some might disagree, but you got to build a comp around it. So that's what I'm hoping for in game 2.
Well, game 2, not far away, folks. We're going to take another short break here to rest on up, see if the players want to switch the sides. Power to that goes to Elysium Ymir, and we'll come back here because it is the best of 5 gauntlet. The series is far from over for you Elysium Ymir fans. You just got to find a way to bounce back in game 2, and we'll start to figure out that process from draft coming at you guys in a couple of minutes.
fly. You will be our silent eye.
Welcome back, everybody, to the dramatic conclusion of the Aegis Defenders League Summer 2024 split that was anything but dramatic in game number one. IDA completely crushed Elysium Ymir. From the draft, we would have argued on the Rift as well, Orbital, and I hate to rub salt in the wound, but the full starting roster is now back for IDA. Duck has officially rejoined the best AD carry, by the way, first team All-Pro this year in the ADL.
And of course, the draft has pretty much stayed fundamentally the same. However, that mid lane is changing up here in terms of who wants to go what. We are taking a look. The Vigar comes into play very quickly, and that leads itself to a lot more long range combat. IDA looking to go Yordle v Yordle in that mid lane if that Ziggs is locked in. I will say I'm not always a great fan of the Ziggs pickup in the mid lane. It can be very well punished, but considering how easily IDA got away with some of those team fights and grouping up later on, pretty much from what was it, like minute 9 or something like that, it makes sense here. However, in the bot side, the Senna, once again, I'm not sure this is going to work. Elysium Ymir, I think, are getting baited by it.
Yeah, interesting to see that Duck is also still going for this Varus, by the way. The Ziggs getting locked in on top of that. Big answer to the Vigar as well. I think Ziggs is actually one of the, maybe I'm a little bit biased LCS watcher, you know, biased APA fan, but Ziggs is very, very powerful. He's actually getting nerfed. His turret damage is getting nerfed, which is very, very funny going into Worlds. But I like this matchup a lot for the Ziggs side. Olaf going to be banned away from Gwen, aka Freak, this time around. They'll also take away that Leona from Chill Will Kills. So, hey, it can't be 4 of the 5 same champions anymore, Orbital. There's got to be some flexibility here from the Avengers.
And I will say, I think it's a support pickup here. Either way, I don't see any other reason not to, considering that Gwen's played so well in game number 1. I mean, 1, 4, and 5. Don't get me wrong, it didn't look good on paper at the end of it, but you got to give respect over to the fact that the Kennen was kept down in the dirt way too long. It felt like you had nothing there. It is going to be the support of Moo, and there's another bait to it. Oh man, I've already said my piece about the Slayer. I'm not super excited.
I understand. I do like the fact that this is still IDA committing to the same sort of style, right? Like, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And what works best for them this entire split, mostly this playoffs, has been relying on Joby and Chillwell kills to engage, and then drafting controlled distanced damage for the rest of their two marks, are their 2 ranged players. And then, yeah, like you've mentioned, Gwen just gets to counter pick whatever the hell he wants and run the top lane. So if Elysium Ymir can't beat it, I don't hate IDA saying we'll just try it with a little more variance in champion pool.
I think that's what's keeping Elysium Ymir kind of stuck. You tried the Kennen blind, it didn't really work. Now you're going for the Gnar, which I can get behind, but I mean, Gwen has so many extra pieces in the back pocket. I wouldn't even be surprised to bring out a Renekton and just go for the challenge. You know, go for that gap close, go ahead and try and dive in, and then build up a repertoire in terms of controlling the early to mid game. That would be hilarious to watch at the end. The Jhin as well, I'm not even going to comment on, because like it didn't go well last time. We're going to let it ride. Maybe they prove us wrong this time. This last pick though, it's a Poppy. Okay, you know what? At this point, we are on our way to having a full Yordle v Yordle competition here. We are 5 out of 10 Yordles. I like it.
So I wonder, I can't believe I'm having to do these debates again about Varus, but I'm going to say it. If you're going to draft Poppy, Amumu, Skarner, are you still comfortable going Comet, Lethality, Varus? Because this screams on hit to me. This screams you build on hit and you ramp up your damage next to your Ziggs, because you could find some damage troubles if you go this Lethality Varus, especially into a bit tankier of a Ymir comp compared to last game with this Gnar compared to a Kennen.
So so here's the deal. I would say just go AP. Screw it. Have a blast because it's hilarious watching someone pop at what 2k HP. Here's the issue, of course. The on hit does make sense, but I'm taking a look at the entire board, and outside of the Udyr and Gnar, and the only thing is I'm kind of biting the bullet on playing the other side. I am looking down that draft board of Elysium, Ymir, and I'm saying there's not actually that many people I have to cut through with the on hit. If I'm purely focused on, say, the Jhin, the Senna, and the Veigar, I actually do want to run lethality because we're going to catch them far away. I don't have to step up close, and we can still run some of that early to mid game, and then you rely on the Ziggs later to provide that consistent, bouncing bomb damage. And you have enough of a front line that you don't have to worry about consistent damage output. The assumption, considering after game 1 as well, the Udyr and Gnar aren't going to touch you. I am so sorry, but like there was no time that we saw IDA get jumped on until they were in the enemy base. So I would agree in the scope of the composition in a vacuum, I would say on hit makes sense. But then you look at Elysium's draft, I can still see a pretty large angle for the lethality build to come out.
We'll have to see when we get onto the Rift. I will say for Elysium Ymir, I like getting a bona fide team fighter in this comp that is a little tankier than the Kennen. The Gnar could be big. Elysium Ymir are going to need it because they aren't just playing for the ADL title. They are also playing to be a representative of Aegis Esports in a fun little showcase that we have coming for you guys here at the end of the summer leagues. It's Titan versus Aegis Esports, baby. And obviously, if you direct your attention towards that 9/15 date, the last date, by the way, for all you ADL fans, the Defender League will go up against its equivalent in the Titan Esports side. But how fun is this orbital? You got the Americas Tier 2 going on at this time. Worlds Tier 1's going to be happening, not far after this. Even Tier 3 has a little bit of spice. We're just not going region versus region. We're going broadcast or tournament org versus tournament org.
And listen, we all just battle for the scraps at the bottom of the table, but at the same time, Titan and Aegis fighting it out like absolute champs, and I love it. I know one of the players that is going to be in there as well, Jordan, good caster over with the Protector League, I think is getting in on the action
Jordan
as well.
bots.
So
Yes.
yeah. So we're having a good time, and I give a lot of credit. It's awesome to see leagues as well promoting healthy competition. I don't think we have enough of this a lot of the time. It always feels like we're very sectioned off from each other. So I love the fact that everyone's getting into the mix. Everyone's saying, let's have a good time, and hopefully showcasing some amazing players as well.
Well, hopefully we have a good series on our hands, and that's really up to Elysium Ymir here as they are staring down the barrel of a 0-2 deficit in the grand finals, but it's far from that just yet. We'll go live from Summoner's Rift after a bit of a shorter break. We'll see exactly where the state of this series is going with the ADL title on the line. Same sides, same styles. Hopefully for Elysium Ymir, different outcome into this game number 2 here. A lot of similarities to pull from. Same bottom lane for Joust and K2. Sourcewalker back on his Udyr. On the other side, you've got Duck on his Varus back in the game. Blazing Cake looking to reprise a Penta-worthy game number 1. Nervous, you know, a little bit hesitation maybe Orbital from us. We got to see Ymir do something with this comp that they failed to do in game number 1.
Yes, and that is to provide themselves significant leads. At some point, I think Elysium Ymir have had Hoyt on their side, or maybe even Voss if you're coming out with that, you know, do the same thing over and over again. God, I don't want to say it's going to go poorly, because I also love my guy Veigar. I love Veigar. Margin has also played an exceptional Veigar in the past. It's still leaning to a very dangerous early to mid. You are heavily focused on this top and bot side, and Ketu and Joust specifically. I need to see them play well, and I don't want to see a static shiv. For the love of God, no static shiv on Ketu.
We'll have to see, as yeah, this would be even more of a painful game to go that for. Into 3 pure tanks, I would say, not instead of 2. I'm excited to see what Freak, Gwenge, I guess we're going with Freak as they went for the name change. On this Poppy, got another R5 pick into Flame. We'll see how that matchup develops, as Chill Will Kills is really utilizing those bandage tosses. Lands both onto Joust and forces a very early heal out. Duck will take some damage back on the trade. K2 getting some seriously good autos down. Another bandage toss has come out for Chill Will Kills. It's cleansed because K2 is looking for the killer blow. Good barrier to make sure it won't come across. K2 gets another reload across. Ignite over the head of K2. Autos being traded back and forth. Everybody very low. K2 flashes, gets the quick shot, killing blow, and the first missed bandage toss for Chill Will Kills might as well have gotten his AD carry killed. There's Elysium Ymir getting on the board early.
I hate it all, Slayer. I hate all of what just transpired in the bottom lane. I hate all of it. Like, I get it. You burn the barrier, but you turn back into the fight and gave Ketu such a beautiful moment to get a dub. Not only that, a massive wave was punishing, so Chill Will Kills couldn't exactly go in too deeply. This is a problem. Of course, it's not a terrible problem overall. This can still be dealt with in a timely manner. Of course, will it is a big question. Duck, who just got back in for game number 2, is going to be a big name player, like you mentioned earlier. The start so far is looking a bit rough, as both junglers have once again gone from top to bot in the clear.
Yeah, Duck, get that rust off you, buddy. Gotta start playing like the first team all AD carry of the ADL. That is not how you do it, but this new iteration of Varus is quite frankly broken, so I wouldn't be surprised if Duck is still deleting people with powered piercing arrows by the time we get him to 1 item, which comes vastly faster because he gets to itemize cheap. I can't believe we're back to the same damn Varus that terrorized the meta for like 8 months.
That's some hateful ADC speech. That sounds like an ADC player that's been forced into the meta.
That's me. That's definitely me. I hate my role. I will always hate my role.
Wait, do you actually play ADC? I keep forgetting what you play.
Yeah, 100%. I 100%.
Oh my god, that sounds
100%. I'm an Ezreal OTP. That is me. Flame me in the chat all you want.
Oh man, it feels bad because Ezreal was the cream of the crop just a couple months ago, so I can see where the hate comes from.
Listen, I know that they'll never make Ezreal too bad because they have too many skins invested in that champion. There are 19 Ezreal skins for anybody who's curious. 19 Ezreal skins. That is only second to Lux, I think.
Which Lux has been out of the meta for a while as well, but we don't talk about that one. Right now, though, this is going to be the interesting part. Freak on the top side, though, is another point of power. Remember, we talked about how the Olaf had so much staying power, but now we're going to get a gank on the bot side.
Oh, here we go. Joby looking to do what he does best. Threaten lanes without any summoners, and K2 is certainly right up to the task of that. Slows come across, piercing arrow, and Duck is back on the board. Joss does have his flash, so no threat of a second kill coming across. Chill Will Kills will flash to get the bandage toss down. Joss does flash. Flashes galore. Duck thought he had enough damage to the tank. He did not, but still a success there for IDA. Joby, we're getting a little too crazy here with these X-Stall impacts. They are going to try and trap Joss. Can he get the wave up in time? Joby goes for the flash rock to the face. The bandage toss lands. Is that an execute too? Yes, it will be. calculated for IDA, but maybe not calculated enough because Joby, you are as good as dead, my friend. Ixtal's impact is going to send him to a gray screen. Swordswalker evens the count 2 apiece.
You know what? I dig it. I feel like IDA already know that things are going south a little bit, and they're just having a blast. They know and want to be proactive. They want to be in their face. Now, was that tower dive necessary? Absolutely freaking not. Did you have to do that? No. Did it send a message? Yeah, 100%. Like, definitively, there was a message sent that Joust and Ketsu are not going to get away with that mess of the bot lane anymore. Forcewalker has been narrowly quiet. I would say you're able to farm up what looks to be about 5 camps of your lane opponent, which is great. However, you do want to ensure that you don't neglect any of the lanes for your own value. If you do, you want to ensure that you gather as many of these global objectives as possible, which you can see the pings going down here onto the grubs themselves. Joby is saying, hey, they're going to try and do it, and it will be a 2 pinch. So first dragon and first 3 grubs going the way of Elysium.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I like Joss getting out on the rift. This new Senna doesn't really need to be down there with Kitu. It does allow Kitu to be susceptible to a dive. He cleanses the first bandage toss. He's stalling well enough to at least make sure this is a trade. Flame does teleport in, immediately commits the ult to try to get Duck under turret. And boy, does this Gnar have enough damage to take out Duck as well. 2 for 1 on the heads-up teleport from the first all-pro top laner.
Hey, listen, this is why you're chosen for the team, and it's looking real dang good with it. This is now the second time that the bottom side has been in a little bit of a loose cannon area. And Freak, for what they've tried, hasn't really been able to make use of it. Whenever you have a TP like that, and especially considering what just went down, a kill going to Flame and a kill going over to Ketsu, you hate that fact. And as Freak, you weren't even able to shove in that wave. You weren't even able to collect in there either. So it's a huge gold swing in terms of Flame and Freak in the top side. Uh-oh.
No way, no way. No way we're neither of us looking at our... All right, you know what? Ship's passing the night. I have to make the line. Sorry. That's to happen.
Hi, Steve. Okay. Hi, Bob.
Yep. Blazing Cake somehow survives eating a deadly flourish to the face. That's, you know, I think we're cruising to a more silly game, too. If anything walks in that, I think that just did.
I love it. I don't care what anyone says. I love it. Now in the mid lane, we're getting a little bit of a bounce, and this is one of the things, Marge and getting bounced in. Chill will kill. Oh,
that was almost really well timed, but they do get the flash out of margin, so that's key summoner to get off that Vigar. As Chill will kills and Joby, this is all they do for this IDA comp is hunt for kills onto their carries.
Pretty much, and I don't dislike it. Of course, this is 3rd time's the charm of the bot side, by the way. Take a look at how many members are currently colliding down there, and Swordswalker is kind of reading this.
Yeah, he is close by. Joby is not level 6, so we have no impale, no massive suppress on this Skarner. Swordswalker will have that ultimate as well. Root comes across onto Duck. He's already half HP. Has to dodge a deadly flourish. He uses the barrier. In goes Chill kills, but that's a level 4 Mumu. That's all he's got. The bandage toss, and everyone's dropping in an instant. Swordswalker picks up 1. 2 go back over to the Jhin. The curtain call picks it up for Kitu. And maybe we'll finally see this Jhin roar alive for Elysium Ymir.
What's going on here, Slayer? What happened between games 1 and 2, man?
What has Duck done to IDA? That's the question.
I don't know. Bring back Dibble. I don't know. No, don't bring back Dibble. It feels like it was one bad trade, and Duck was like, hey, I need help. I need assistance. I need to take this over. The problem is you can't force it. This is also the thing that I was talking about with the Amumu. It feels like Amumu provides very, very little moving into this game. Like, you have the bandage touch, fine. That's great. Once you hit level 6, you have even more. But before that, you are a glorified Blitzcrank hook or a glorified Nautilus hook. You are worth nothing else. And right now, they're playing like he's more than. That is why I said it feels like the Amumu is a bait. Outside of this laning phase, though, I am assuming and hoping for a lot better.
Like game number 1, I still think IDA have a lot more control in picking targets. It's another, you know, the Skarner, the Amumu plays that role. Varus does as well. So, and they have the damage to come over top from really far away with the Ziggs Varus. So, I'm not too scared for IDA, and I'm also going to be a lot less scared if I see Kitu build a rapid fire cannon second item. I'm just going to put that out there right now because that's going to be a very useless bountied up Jhin if this is another rapid fire cannon rush. But we're not there just yet, so I won't be crapping on K2 just yet, I guess.
I mean, it's.
Oh, good juke stuck. All right.
I mean, we
that's
may
good
say
snare.
that. Oh.
Okay.
We didn't need to see that.
Caster Curse.
We didn't need to see
Caster
that.
Curse immediately comes through with intense. Oh, Joby misses the impale too. Somebody hit an ultimate. Chill Kills doesn't even have his ultimate. He misses the bandage toss. All right. Curtain call. One shot hits. 2, 3, and he doesn't even go for the fourth one. What is going on in the bot lane in game number 2?
Everywhere else, very, very practiced, very difficult. Fight hard, fight clean.
Oh,
Hit your skill shots.
Chill Kills.
Here it comes.
Bandage toss. Ult on the 2. Gets the stun, but there's no damage. Chill Kills is burning alive. K2 cleanses, flashes away. They'll trade out Jaws, but K2 does stay alive. He has 2 shots in the chamber, but he won't get it. Duck, it's a huge shutdown for Iridescent Dawn Avengers.
There is zero respect in this bottom lane. That's all I'm seeing right now. There is no respect given by literally anyone in this game. I am all here for it. At this current moment, Ketsu, I don't want to say squandering away their lead. They went for those armor tip boots, the steel plated boot caps, and the static shiv. And now you look on the other end, Duck going for that strength in the assassination build. It's a messy bottom lane. And this now actually leads me to say, I'm not sure who's actually going to get Dragon.
I don't know. That's a good point. Whichever jungler sets up first. There's still a lot of ultimates down on everyone's side. Like I don't think we're not gonna have Curse of the Sad Mummy. Chains of Corruption is gonna be up in time. Maybe Impale for Joby. No teleport for either top laner. So this could be a big straight up 4v4 coming online.
If it's a 4v4, it's a whole different story. Keep in mind, Chill Kills is going to be nothing. You don't have ultimate. It's not going to be up in time for this dragon unless it's fully baited out here. But you can see the TP coming in from Margin as well. And that's a root now on the ADC.
Yep, they do get Duck locked down, but Joby switches over first. They're just going to burn through Swordswalker into the Impale onto K2. What a setup for Joby to get knocked down in an instant. Duck picks up the kill. Joss now has to run for the hills. And the captain of this IDA comp once again comes up clutch, setting his carries up for success.
It was such a good catch as well. And honestly, I don't want to say I don't blame Elysium Ymir. It felt like they had a catch. They looked like they had Duck, but it was a full-on collapse. It was IDA saying, you can't kill us without getting avenged. It was a well-timed play, and Duck even was allowed to hang on to both summoner spells as we're going to get the Cloud Soul to rip on through. It's not the most glamorous, but if you're trying to reposition, if you're trying to get a Mumu in a good spot, and you're trying to get the Poppy and Skarner into fighting props, this is the best dragon out there for it.
I would have liked even giving that dragon for Elysium Ymir if they had just given Flame more time to cook, because he got he's nearly 3 plates down with the fact they have 6 grubs, but yeah, that aggressive stance, evens that gold out. IDA now not too far away from evening the gold count here. A lot of turret plates still to be taken in the next 30 seconds and first turrets to find, but Chill Kills looking for a pick. He's not going to find the first bandage toss. Maybe Joby can get Nixtal's impact. Nope, Flame is still safe. Doing what top laners do best, soaking up pressure.
All you got to do is be smart about it. You're more than happy. We've also not taken a look at this mid lane as much, as they have stayed pretty dang quiet the entire time. Margin actually went for a much safer route. Has been farming up 126 on the passive, which isn't bad considering you have literally no kills or assists. But you went for a little bit safer route. You didn't go for the Luden's Companion, which might be item number 2, which you can see that Blazing Cake already picked up. So Margin is going to have a little bit more a little bit later on. But right now, though, still trying to power up, still trying to farm their best.
Gotta feel good when you get a bounty on you for just farming, but especially playing a champion like Vigar, like you mentioned. We'll see once these item powers. Okay, Joby, that's another missed impale. So that's definitely gonna be Herald over to Sourcewalker and the rest of the fun friends, Elysium Ymir. We gotta start locking those down, buddy, because Joby, you are kind of integral to any kills coming across for IDA going forward.
So here's the good news. When it comes to mid to late game, you're going to have like 4 other ultimates helping out. You're going to have the Chain of Corruption. You're going to have the Curse of that Mummy. You're going to have literally everything to make sure you hit your stuff, which is great. Of course, Margin doesn't have that at all.
Margin's objective bounty is gone. He's going to try and at least trade Chill Kills. He will accomplish that. So it's 1-for-1. Duck picks up the trade kill. They do get that first turret in the backside as well. So all in all, if we're talking pure gold, win for IDA.
Feels good. Feels good as well, considering how the early game turned out. You're able to make that happen. Now you can fully rotate your ADC out. Duck is allowed to go towards his mid lane. Top side is actually where I'm very curious how well it's going to break down. Flame has so far gotten a lot of extra value for themselves, but that's a flash forward now. Wow.
Yeah, they're going all into Kitu. Another stun lands for Joby. Doesn't need the impales if he gets the install. Impacts down, but Kitu flashed out just at the last second. Duck won't be able to get close enough. Cleanse onto the burn as well. Kitu will barely survive. Topside, Flame picks up his top lane turn and likes his odds with Megadar bar coming up, but he's in a 2 versus 1 now. There's the bandage toss. There's the kill landed over for Freak.
You know what? Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. You mentioned the ability of Joby and the rest of the team to kind of set up their carries. They are specifically playing to try and get chill will kills activated here. I want to point that out. The last 2 or 3 team fights, we've seen them actively try and allow chill will kills to get a bandage shots off and put them in a prime position. That is how you work within your means. Chill will kills is, again, a very linear champion. It is an Amumu. You don't have that much, but when your team actively works to try and set up a Curse Inside Money, to try and set up a very strong push, it's a great thing to watch for at the current moment. Even though we are going to see a push in this mid lane for Elysium Ymir, IDA are going to have a little bit more confrontation power moving into this next Drake.
I do like for Ymir getting that mid tier 1 down means they can really
not so sure about this one. Uh-oh. Is it gonna get worse? Okay. Looks like no one really dies. Looks like they're okay. For right now, though, again, a lot of ultimates lost very, very quickly.
Oh, I think I'm alive again.
I was about to say, I think we lost you.
Yeah, that I thought it was not me, but it doesn't matter because Duck is getting caught by a great deadly flourish. A shutdown comes across here for Margin, and Chill Will Kills is now on the wrong side of the fight. Will fall soon as well, goes in for a big curse. The Sad Mummy, but where is the damage? It's not there. The Inferno Bomb is just a little bit too late. Will the Omji's burn come across? No, Kitu will stay up, and the front line is burning through for IDA. Joss gets another one. Joby has to bail out away from Flame, but he won't be able to survive for long. Flame gets him with the boomerang, and it's just Blazing Cake up against the full might of Elysium Ymir, who finally get their first big fight win of this grand finals.
I mean, that was beautifully done. This is a squad that wants to scrap, and we mentioned that without ultimates, it feels like this IDA squad can't really do much. They're taking fights that are a little bit too elongated and they're not very cohesive. Every time we see someone go in, Chill Will Kills is trying to flank and no one else is really there. We saw that tap inside of the topside river where it was just like, I don't know why everyone's there. I don't know why you're trying to force when Freak maybe isn't in position either. Elysium Ymir, they are playing off of these mistakes very well. They are understanding that, hey, we are going to play smart, and if they decide not to group, if IDA decides not to group, Elysium is going to punish all day, every day. It's now allowed Margin to have 3, 1, and 2 in terms of that score, probably building up to that Rabadons pretty quickly. There's so many pieces to this right now that Elysium and Ymir are very happy about, and that they're going to continue towards that mid to late.
If they can use the power of this Vygar to assassinate one of those two powerful champions, all the damage for IDA like you're talking about. Kitu been really on point with these deadly flourishes. Finding Duck, finding Blazing Cake in particular is going to be massive, as that is the one threat of this Jhin into the OP Varus. Is some parts of his kit will always outrange every other marksman in the game, no matter what. And it's just all about hitting those skill shots, finding those tempo timings for those big snares.
Pain. We get to see all of those land. It is pain for the opponent. For right now, it's just a dance of how do we not die at this moment. The Baron will be up in about 40 seconds, and you can already see the rest. Source Walker and Elysium Ymir. Like, how do we actually play around this? Because I think they have enough damage. I really do think they have enough to burn it. At 20, it's about clearing out that vision and trying to set themselves up for success. Because as much as that last team fight went, we haven't seen a true team fight occur. It was more like the stragglers wandered into the fight and died. So IDA, I think they're going to be looking to group up, looking to try and get a very nice front to back with the wombo combos, with the ultimates available, and then that'll be their winning combination. That will be their kind of recipe for success.
I do like this approach to the setup like you're talking about, because Elysium Ymir, they recognize top and mid, we have just a lot more map pressure. We still have our tier 1s up. They don't have theirs. So with Baron available, just constantly send Flame to answer top waves. Freak is never going to be able to kill Flame right now in this current iteration. Really ever, actually, in the rest of this game. And then you just hover Kitu, answering those mid waves. And as long as you don't let Blazing Cake get close to that tier 2 bot side to chunk it out with the satchel, you just stall this game out until you see if IDA over-aggress for wards, or, hell, like you're talking about, if you think you have enough damage for the Baron, start it up and look for a turn.
The only thing I don't want to see them do is wait. For Elysium Ymir, I think the compositional issue is still very much present. Yes, margin is quite strong, but
oh my god,
okay,
look how strong he
the
is.
margin just decimates.
Yep.
Oh,
QWR, QW. That's all it took on the keyboard of margin to find a big solo kill. Freak goes down. Joby's retreating from his own jungle, and I'm a little bit surprised Elysium Ymir aren't just immediately hopping on this Baron.
yeah, I want to see him actually push. I want to see him group up. I want to see him be active, and I want to see him trying to end this game. As Blazing Cake is going to get jumped on. There's no escaping this, by the way. You don't get away from this.
Does not have flash up just yet. He's eating every skill shot Flame is thrown at him. One more rock coming right at your head. Good dodge, Blazing Cake. Still kiting back. Gonna have to do it again, though. Flash did come up in time this time. Gonna turn with all of his damage and all of his might and fall flat. Flame gets the solo kill. Mid beats top lane. Top beats mid lane for Elysium Ymir.
I think a big part as well. Freak goes ahead and completes that. Fimbulwinter is going to wait for it to stack up, but what you really want to see is some MR to come out soon. Baron now being started up took a little bit longer than I would have liked, but this is that opportunity. Scribes is going to spot him out. Chillwell Kills can do some work if Joby is around to play as well.
Baron does so much damage, and yeah, I am always wary about a Baron take for a team with Jhin in the AD carry role. So it's just a show. They at least get Freak's teleport out, so that's another pressure point for Elysium Ymir as they continue to try and play around this Baron. But Orbital, how many times have we seen teams just dance around Baron in this ADL playoffs? It is such a pro and a con in a league like this, it's not even funny.
Well, that's true, but at the same time, I think it is very important to mention that if you're Elysium Ymir, you were doing that specifically to draw out the opponent's CP, because now Dragon's coming up in about 25, and that to you is probably more important. Yes, it's a cloud. Yes, it's not the most impactful, but you want to put yourself on soul point. That's going to allow you easier access to draw IDA into different quadrants. You're going to force them to maybe go towards that dragon when maybe they want to try and stack up Baron. Maybe you leave that soul point issue around, and then you take the topside towers. You can do so much with it. It opens up the window for Elysium Ymir. They kind of do whatever they so wish, which at the current moment, they can fight. Margin is able to 1v1 just about anyone, sitting on 786 AP. Oh. But take a look here. You go ahead, clear the dragon. You know there's no TP to come through. You're safe. Now, after this dragon's off the table, you can look at the Baron. You can look at finding that early kill and then branching off from there.
I actually really love Cloud Soul in this game for two reasons. One, it's huge for guys like Sourcewalker and Flame. But more importantly, Cloud Soul on all your squishy champions into a skill shot dependent comp is very powerful. Might not need to show any skill shots here, as Event Horizon's already down for Margin. This is a really well timed gank. Not enough healing or shielding will save Margin. Shutdown goes through for Freak. A lot of ultimates committed though there. I believe 3 by the IDA comp just for 1 kill.
I think it was necessary though, and now it's a 3v4 situation. You aren't going to be able to fight this one at all, because of course Blazing Cake isn't there either, but this is dangerous.
Oh, Keeper's Verdict does not land. Freak does not give the main advantage back over to IDA, and their health bars are far too low. The curtain call sets up Sourcewalker to knock down Joby. Big front laner down first. Now it's Chillwell Kills that has to try and hold up. Freak on the other side getting hounded by both Sourcewalker and Jaws, has to flash away from their team just to try and stall and keep the rest of his squad alive. The Blast Call will come across, gets the buckle for a bigger shield, but will finally fall to Sourcewalker, who is really starting to heat up on the Zoodyr. And with that kill, Elysium Ymir are very confident they can take this Baron, but Chillwell Kills, Blazing Cake are right over the wall, trying to poke them off of it. Duck is coming back from base. Teleport coming across as well from Arjun, who will rejoin the fight and traps Chillwell Kills in, forces out the curse of the Sad Mummy. They're going to try and burn through Margin, flashes away from the big part of the Inferno Bomb, and deletes Chillwell Kills for another pick. And this should set up Elysium Ymir for a free Baron. Purple banner on to 5.
Not just that, an extra kill as Flame is going for a little bit more, flashing forward and gets the extra. It's just a consolation at the end. It's a little bit extra to play with, and I love it. So far, Elysium and Ymir are showing whether the higher seed.
Well, maybe Flame waited around a little bit too much. Good flash from Duck to dodge the Gnar ult, but Flame is too tanky and I spoke too quickly. Goes in the mini Gnar and shutdown does go over to Duck, so consolation prize to IDA, but they are now firmly on the back foot in this game number 2.
And by the way, Duck, it feels bad because I don't even know if the flash would have helped. The main thing is you picked up item number 2, which is that shielding. Very much needed. That cloak is able to keep you safe. So for Flame, you're like, dang, okay, that was close. It could have gone a lot better, but we have everything that we could possibly want. We have Soul Point. We go ahead and have Baron. We can start pushing down the lanes. Of course, we didn't break through the game as easily as IDA did in game 1. And taking a look at the damage output, I want to say Blazing Cake, the Ziggs hasn't really had that much relevance. 0-2-1 this time around after getting a Pentacle previously. You're also looking at a budget buy. The Luden's Companion is great, but it needs a little bit more oomph behind it. And you opted to go for Cosmic Drive, which, yes, you can spam the bombs a little bit more, but it doesn't matter if it's tickling the opponent. So for right now, everything leaning into Elysium Ymir. I'd honestly love to see them just 1-4 straight up through mid bot and just send it and look how much they can get.
Yeah, in a comp where you are one of 2 only damage dealers, Cosmic Drive second definitely stings. I feel like there is a lot better itemization. It's not like a third item is going to be anywhere close for Blazing Cake at this point. The rest of the team is really just going to have to turtle, try and see how much they can neutralize this Baron play, because there are some very fat check turrets still available on the top and bot side for Elysium Ymir to try and push this gold lead to unreachable levels if you are IDA. And well, Blazing Cake might just get picked off here to try and use the satchel to dodge out some of these curtain calls. We'll get away from a couple of the shots. There's a Curse of the Sad, but we make sure Sourcewalker doesn't kill off Blazing Cake. Maybe stalled out long enough. Sourcewalker's gonna get stun thrown up against the wall. IDA finding a bit of an opening here. Joss has to flash away from Joby as well off to the side. The first real play with the Baron going a bit awry. Margin gonna try and level the playing field with a QW combo. The nearly one-shot still will kills at 75% HP, but that also falls flat.
I will be honest, there is a point as a Vigar main myself that you kind of look across the board and you only see like 1 Merc Treads. You're like, that is disrespectful as hell.
Joby, you're tanky, buddy, but I don't know if you're this tanky. Does have to flash out of the event horizon. Knew that the Primordial Burst was available, and that Primordial Burst does not care how tanky you are when you're this fed on Vigar. I don't have to main him to know that.
It's the problem. This is, by the way, this is where I would normally type like no MR, no Merc Treads. Really? You're not going to do that? Like, look at that. That is, what is that? 1, I think 2 steel plated. Like, bro, you can't be doing that right now. You gotta get some respect down. You have to respect this event horizon because Margin is now online. There's a reason it was banned in game number 1. Being allowed to free farm here has done wonders. Of course, as we go later into the game, Duck is going to start hitting a little bit more. 3.5 items now in their bucket as well. This upcoming Drake is going to be the main one to play for, and all vision points to a deep side of flank. Take a look at this. Vision on the far end is for Elysium Ymir, but currently inside of the jungle is actually for the side of IDA. So this pinch could be very, very important.
Yeah, Joby's gonna have to stand tall as the tank. Burn calls coming across. They just burn through Joby. The Primordial Burst doing the bulk of the damage. Kichu picks up the kill. Duck is already down 25% HP, trying to kite back, but here comes Flame, jumping in with the Mega Gnar. Gets the kill for Sourcewalker. Chillwell kills, trapped to the event horizon, gets crit shot to the face. Kichu picks up that one, and now after a bit of a stumble, Elysium Ymir find their stride back in these game 2 fights, and they're gonna pick up 4 kills behind it. Freak, the only one to survive, limping away. Maybe they just didn't need Baron, they just needed pure team fight.
I like it. You know what? Maybe I spoke too soon about the builds. Maybe I spoke a bit too soon about how they were playing it. I don't know. At the end of the day, they come out with a victory, and it's sorely needed. We are going to have a series on our hands, and I hope it goes just as well, because again, both these squads have faced off to game 5s, and I'm sure they want it again.
Game 1 was anything but close. Game 2, the same mark, but in the name of Elysium Ymir. You said it best, Orbital. We've got a series on our hands at 1 apiece in the ADL Grand Finals.
Do I like how it turned out? Not really. I feel there were a lot of mistakes being handed over by IDA, specifically that bottom lane. Way too much emphasis on trying to get Duck ahead. after that unfortunate 1v1 where you were or level 1 fight where you're hoping to get an early jump on Ketsu. It didn't pan out the way you wanted, and then you were basically playing catch up, and the catch up did not pan out in your favor. Source Walker was allowed to really gain a large advantage off of that. And then Margin freely farming and pretty much no merc treads, freedom to cage anyone, take their life away. Flame also had a way better game this time around. 22,000 damage, 4, 2, and 8 looked like a whole different player.
Yeah, the top side really showed out. Source Walker and Flame showing why they were both all pro members of the ADL split in this one. Really liked those two second phase bans. I think this game looks a lot different if you let Chilwell kills get Leona and you potentially let Freak just R5 and Olaf again, but that is not the reality that we are living in. Thanks to the draft from Elysium Ymir. The reality we're living in is this, folks. It is one apiece in the ADL Grand Finals, and now it is to IDA's hands to decide if we're going to see both these teams swap sides, because Game 3 is coming at you guys after another short break. Who can take the next real big step towards an ADL championship? We'll find out in a short few. Welcome back, everybody, to the finale of the Aegis Defenders League Summer 2024 split, where we are split at 1 apiece here as we head into this game number 3 draft. Orbital, we have a side selection coming across, and we also have the cheeky tech that Elysium Ymir has been employing all playoffs long. Another substitution inbound.
Yes, Elysium, Ymir have done this quite a bit before. They like to swap out Margin and Midnight, depending on if they're on red or blue side. I'm kind of curious. I do believe when we spoke with them in an interview, it was mainly just because of champion selection and just kind of how they feel about it. So overall, just trying to figure out what fits best. Do I agree with this? I think Margin is a very stable laner, so I don't know if I mean, I kind of prefer their playstyle. But if you are willing to expand upon that mid lane, maybe that's the best call. For right now, though, main thing is that Senna being banned away plus the Jhin, which is wild, but it was very powerful in the bottom lane. This also frees up the ability to pick up that Misfortune, and I can agree with it. You go ahead, grab the Misfortune, and Elysium, I think they've shown that they don't really have a super penchant for grabbing Varus. Of course, it could come through in R2, but the way this is what Midnight I think I played before. So you go ahead, pick it up, lock it in most likely, and that is a comfort pick if I've ever seen one.
Interesting that you swap in a mid laner on your red side and you don't want to R5 for them. I would personally. I mean, listen, I understand that, you know, power picks are power picks. I guess the way also is flexible, right? There are bot lane compositions you can go for where Hui can play a pretty pivotal support sort of poke champion. So we'll see where that Hui decides to go for Elysium Ymir. But yeah, duck on a different champion besides that Varus. I think you could be a little bit more oppressive early game on this Misfortune, and that is what Duck's bread and butter is, as the Caitlyn is going to be locked in here. We're not watching Infamous play League of Legends tonight. What's going on here?
I mean, I've heard some inklings. If you're trying to keep him at range, I don't think it's a terrible idea. It can be pretty dang good in the right hands, and this is also leaning into a very heavy siege composition. You take a look at Elysium, they're building a very long range style that allows you to pick off someone from afar. I infamously love to call it the I think I want to call it the artillery comp, which I usually like with like a Jhin Xerath. You just long range, you don't even see him on the map, you just full send and it works. IDA for their own, getting locked into that LeBlanc. This is one that a lot of people have been saying, hey, it's coming back. It just got nerfed, I think, in the recent patch. But it's, you know, it's a good dive, but a lot of people say the mid to late game is left wanting. So you got to dive, buddy. IDA has a pretty hefty chunk that they can dive on a Caitlyn Hui. Will it actually work out is the question.
I wonder if Elysium Ymir are willing to swap the Hui, because if I'm Elysium Ymir, I think this Hui gets dogged by LeBlanc personally. I think it's really hard to play Hui into LeBlanc early, like you're talking about. So we'll see as we get into this next phase of draft. Elysium Ymir, though, continuing to do really good on their turn 2 bans. Yeah, let's just not deal with Olaf again. I was gonna say let's go back to pinching chill will kills is cool. I wouldn't be mad if you just ban Rel and Leona here, to be honest.
Yeah, just go ahead, take away all of those strong supports, and I think that's really, really important. You'd be facing off most likely against a Nautilus, of all things. I think that would probably be the next in line with a decent amount of CC to set up that bullet time. But for IDA's side, I mean, do you want to ban away some of those yourselves? I think the long range, I mean, we've seen the top lane be focused, which I think is a big point. Maybe you want to ban away the Gnar, but the Gnar doesn't synergize too well here. It might just be a takeaway from the side of Flame, who just played exceptionally well in game number 2. This is where we're waiting, though, if that Leona is banned away. If it's not, I would assume Elysium are going to try and force IDA to ban it, and if not, you pick it up in your R4.
Seraphine. All right. Another good pairing with Misfortune for bullet time, so maybe they do want to just pick the Leona for Joust. Wouldn't hate it. I would assume both the support players can play a decent Leona with where the meta has been for I don't know, the last entirety of the summer. I don't need to tell you guys at home at all. Gnar, respect ban over to Flame. That is the tier 1 top lane or first team all-pro top laner, the ADL. But Karma is actually the selection here. So spacing and overexertion of damage is the key to the bottom lane here for Elysium Ymir.
Ooh. It's going with an old school style, and that's going to be the breakaway. If this is locked in, this would be a very powerful one. In that bottom side, I mean, Chill Will Kills, I think, has played it. Okay. So you're going with a little bit more stable. Granted, you're not going to have that wow factor that other people do with the Blitzcrank. But the Cassante locked in. Okay, so this was actually banned away in games 1 and 2 against IDA, I believe. Or no, they banned it against Elysium Ymir. So this, I believe, is a specific takeaway against the likes of Flame. Now, Flame has the opportunity to do something a little bit silly. Yes, the Gnar is banned away, but you could go more range. However, you're going to opt for the more stable pattern, which does look like it's going to be that Aatrox. If it is the Aatrox, that's great, I think, because you can still bring about a bully laning. However, in the previous game, please keep in mind the whole reason that Felt Flame was ahead was because of that Gnar range. In a straight up battle like this one, I wonder if Freak is actually going to have their number, if Freak is allowed to come back like they did in game 1 and start dominating that lane.
I'm once again worried that Elysium Ymir are drafting too heavily into a damage index when they don't have enough setup. I obviously, you know, IDA are going to go into them, like, right? Like, this is a Leona, this is a Xin Zhao, this is a Cassante. Like, they're going to want to play into Elysium Ymir, but there's not a lot of setup, right? It's respecting the range of the Hui, the Caitlyn, and the Karma, but there's not a lot of protections for them. This is a game where, again, where Elysium Ymir will outside of lane have to, one, come out with a lead in a couple of those lanes, mainly bottom and top, and then two, this Caitlyn, this Hui, your positioning better be on point the entire time you're on this map, because one slip up, this LeBlanc bursts you down, there's a solar flare over your head, and there's a bullet time coming next.
There's literally everything in the kitchen sink being thrown your way, and you are not going to be able to get out of it. I would highly suspect this is going to be a barrier game out of the Caitlyn. Just play super far back, don't even worry about anything. But even without the LeBlanc, you can take a look. I mean, the Xin Zhao Leona combo is just as scary. So for IDA, I think it's going to come down to the fact that you can't be messy in the early game. I think a huge reason that we're not seeing a 2-0 right now is IDA got way too focused on the bottom lane, way too focused on trying to correct a mistake that occurred in the earlier stages of the game, namely that level 1, and that's what set them behind. They were too focused on correcting a wrong that they forgot to look forward and making the right decisions. So that, I think, if that is fixed going into this game 3, I can see IDA taking this one pretty cleanly.
We'll have to see. It's a similar recipe from game number 1 for Elysium Ymir, but this time they've got a bit more momentum. They've got their late innings closer, mid laner subbing in here. Lot behind Elysium Ymir. Somebody has to break the 1-to-1 deadlock, and we're going to find out on Summoner's Rift. Another short break coming your guys' way as this is a gauntlet best of 5, but you want to stick through once more because somebody is going to be one single game away from an ADL championship when we get back. Break the deadlock. The goal of this game. Lovely game of League of Legends we play all day, but not to this level. ADL Grand Finals. Bounce back time for Iridescent Dawn Avengers as they look to try and get on to match point, or Elysium Ymir with their new mid laner Midnight back on the way, looking to do the same.
I think this one's gonna be a bit of a tricky game, mainly because of that mid lane. Blazing Cake, game 1 pentakill on the Azir. Game 2 looked way more flummoxed. 0-3, I think, by the end of it. This time facing off against Midnight, who is the premier for Elysium Ymir to pull out whenever they're on red side. Love running that way on the end. Not just that, though, this bottom lane is once again in our crosshairs. I'd like to point that out. Ket2 opting for the Caitlyn, and keep in mind it was a blind pick misfortune, and then you opt for that Caitlyn in. It is a Caitlyn Karma as well, meaning chill will kills and Duck may or may not struggle a little bit here in the early stages, depending on how well Joust and Ket2 play this. So overall, some shifts in pretty much everywhere except top and jungle.
This game feels a lot like shades of game number 1 to me, where you have a lot of reliable team fight engage, skirmish ability in some of these lanes for IDA. Elysium Ymir just bringing the damage in every department, and they're looking to have leads out of lane. This time, maybe doing a bit better job at accomplishing those with how threatening Caitlyn with her new buffs and Karma can be as a pairing in the bot side. I'm particularly looking to see if Flame can take over on this Aatrox into that neutralizer that is the Cassante.
And not just that, it's also the fact that both Flame and Freak have had immaculate games against each other in certain respects. So I'm mostly curious how this one just kind of pans out. So far, the junglers as well, having started on the top side pretty much consistently across 3 games. This is going to be interesting because it still leads to freaking Flame basically having a good 4 to 5 minutes of just play how well you can, and hopefully you get some dubs at the end of the day. And if they do decide to get a little bit messy, it's going to be its own risk, because Freak and Flame, I keep saying those names, and at some point I'm going to get them mixed up. Freak is on a champion that has been banned against them 2 games prior. This time around, getting that unkillable tank towards that mid to late.
See how well IDA can get towards those big tanks later in the game. Still a lot of early game to survive, and the 2 lanes we expected for Elysium Ymir are going well, except Joby's trying to make it a little bit rougher. That Zenith blade goes through despite the flash from Jaw, so he's just caught. Unfortunate timing benefacts Duck as IDA grab first blood.
Clean as can be, and I mean, it's just easy. Joby playing this Xin Zhao very aggressive state off the Skarner, I might add, for the first time here in this series. That okay, Skarner might not cut it in game 2. Game 3, this time I get to be a little bit more powerful. But in the mid lane, Midnight getting rooted up, chained up. In the same value though, Blazing Cake eating a lot of damage and having to burn potion first.
I do like Blazing Cake back in a matchup where he can affect the future of these 2 mid laners, right?
Oh,
hold on, we might have a catch here right on top of Source Walker. The heal, the counter-strike stun, is it enough? No, he still falls, doesn't even want to commit the flash. The aggressive power behind Joby's spear is proving pivotal for IDA in this game 3.
Not just that, it's Will as well, just being hyper aggressive, roaming out, and this time not letting that bot lane get the best of him. Whenever in this stable pattern, it does feel like Will is going to be good. Duck, though, now on the receiving end of a lot of pain, just trying to stay safe.
Yeah, Duck just had to burn flash and barrier. Oof. I don't know why directed camera hates us so much, because he had to burn both of those to survive, but we were watching some farm topside. Regardless, Duck will stay safe for now. And 2 big kills on Joby. Orbital, does this feel like the perfect champion for IDA to bridge through this early game and get to those fights to have 2 kills on? Oh, maybe it's LeBlanc. Yes. Oh, God.
Level 6 is what you're hoping for there. Blazing Cake is like, dang, I wish I were level 6. But I would say yes. Joby has been a very pivotal member of the team in turning those early to mid. Also being at that aggressive state of the jungle, making sure that they are around those global objectives. I would say it's the right one. However, do we want to see more kills go their way? No. We want to see maybe another kill or 2. I want to see kills fed into Duck and Blazing Cake, mainly because for Blazing Cake, on a LeBlanc, you are very weak later.
Ooh, Vivid Blade, stun lockdowns on the Kitu, but he still wants to fight with Duck stepping on a trap. Will supplying the stuns, not the kills, and none to be had on that bot side. Top side, Freak, you were going far too low for an engage into Flame. Lucky there was no World Ender available for Flame, or that might have been just a solo bolo. Make Freak think twice about dashing forward. There's level 6 available, and yeah, Freak is in for the hills.
Flame is doing really, really well so far. Extremely so. Level 6 hit on both ends as well, but like, we just have to watch and wait and see. So far, this is by I would say a very neutral start. Even with the 2 kills early on, it just feels like, you know, no one's getting too messy with it. No one wants to take that risk of possibly losing on the early onset. The big part as well, Dragon has been up, and this is the latest the first Dragon has been taken, I'd like to point out. Of course, a big jump as Freak might have to flash away. Double flash.
Wow, double flash. Unfortunate timing there. It should be a solo kill. Will be for Flame. Still gets it. Mid lane, though. Joby's back at it again. 3-0. Perfect in the 3 kills for IDA.
Well, alrighty then. Freak, I mean, you're doing what you can. You're trying to hang on. However, this is another catch in the jungle.
Yep, it's almost the same spot again. This time, maybe getting turned on its head here. Joss, though, does get left to the wayside as Swordswalker tries to bail out, and Joss is going to be very, very soon to meet a gray screen. This time, Blazing Cake picks it up. And boy, our IDA just skirmish happy in this game number 3.
Oh, okay. This is going to turn into a game of can Flame carry, I think. We are starting to see why Flame has been picked as your first team all-star member, and I mean, for good reason as well. Freak in their own, though, can do some work. Actually opted for an early Bramble, which I actually really, really like. I think it's underrated. At the same time, a lot of people say just for the cost benefit, it doesn't bring that much. But when you are just trying to bring a little bit of extra trading power, having that Grievous Wounds early can do a lot for the mental value.
Certainly can. Just trying to neutralize Flame like you're talking about. Feels like they're the real only power point right now in this early game for Elysium Ymir. I will say Kitu has consistently been up 2 waves of CS over Duck at this current moment. So certainly helping to make sure to keep that goal close like you were talking about. But 1,000 still in the hands of IDA, and gotta revisit that same conversation, Orbital. We like IDA's odds if they can just come out of this early game neutral. And the way Blazing Cake is playing, they might come out ahead, but that is his probably to spare now. Blazing Cake gets chunked low and does have to get the flash as the clone comes out.
Oh, and that is actually showing the strength of Midnight specifically. Midnight, for their own benefit, has looked pretty good, and always having that fear readily available to make sure Blazing Cake can't keep a clean combo. That's going to do really, really well. Level 6 about to hit for Will soon. If you can land that Solar Flare, it's going to be a great game changer. Top side, we're still kind of wondering what's going to happen here, because I mean, Freaks tried their best, but with that change, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Freak goes all out, but his health bar is far too low. He just does not win that any single day, especially not Labor Day. Easy solo kill. Flame is now 2-0. Joby, too late to the party, and you've got your raid boss if you're Elysium Ymir.
I mean, I mentioned this before, you can't be looking to try and correct mistakes, because all of a sudden the opposing team will collapse in on you. This is a tower dive setting up. It's going to be an easy one as well.
Bullet Time gets rid of the wave only for now. Good Zenith Blade. The turret aggro being juggled by Joss. Suns come across. Duck one more auto will fall. They juggle the turret aggro pretty well. Kill back for Elysium Ymir, but Blazing Cake is hunting. Spotted on wards, and fortunately LeBlanc doesn't have enough burst to pick up any of these trade kills.
Nope, you're gonna get stunned in as soon as you come in, and not only that, it's a counter-strike opportunity. So a good dub on the bot side of the map for Swordswalker and the rest of the squad, and it was a clean-cut kill. Of course, on the top end, Joby is gonna try and collect as much as they can. It is gonna be 3 grubs to the other side, and that's Blazing Cake. Joust stuck around for a little bit too long. Blazing Cake gets their second of the game.
Yeah, and this is also going to mean first 2 neutral objectives go the way of Joby. That's what really sparked the snowball for Elysium Ymir last game. And Joby's back to trying to create kills on the rifts. Good fear, though, for Midnight means he will stay safe for now. Still, a real power spike for IDA in the early game, I feel spells a lot of doom.
As much as we want to say that, at the same time, it's like you're looking at top lane and Flame is like, I'm having a great time. I don't know about y'all. I'm chilling. I gotta, you know, I'm keeping up in CS. I got the kills. I'm going to be really, really powerful. as much as we want to talk about this, it is going to be that shift. 500 gold in that top side for the difference in favor of Flame. Jungle, though, about 800 in value to Joby's side. And then in the mid lane, of course, almost 1,000 in favor of Blazing Cake, who has picked up a lot on the side lanes. I mean, overall, Flame will have a little bit of time to try and make their way back. But in the bot side as well, it's pretty much neck and neck. Except for Joust. Joust somehow 300 up because of that early kill.
Of course. Still sitting pretty, just like Blazing Cake is in this Hwei matchup. That is going to be rinse and repeat for Midnight now that Blazing Cake has that Luden's done, has the ultimate, like you mentioned, available. Yeah, it really just feels like everything's rough unless you're Flame right now. That's all. We'll see how much Ymir decide to play towards that side of the map. Right now, they're trying to set up lane ganks. This is 3 versus 2, so the Solar Flare gets cleansed. Now they're going for the turn on Chill Will Kills. Counter-Strike Stun does not come across. Duck with no mana, no bullet time. Can't step up much further, but first roams are coming through for IDA. Blazing Cake first to come over. They've got Joby on the back wings as well. Shane forces a flash respect from both Kitu and Jost. Key summoners to have down for future fights.
I was about to say, Zuck doesn't really have any mana, and as much as we want to talk about Misfortune being this amazing ADC, the bulk of it is usually in the Q&E. Like, you can lay down a lot of damage with that double up, but if you don't have it, it's just like, it's null and void. Midnight, though, about to get jumped on here, and if Blazing Cake is able to lock him down, it could be big.
Oh, Fear's gonna miss. That means that there's opening for Joby. Flash, Byron Despair on the immediate responses, and Joby's certainly happy with that. Not enough kill pressure with no item done for Midnight.
If that chain had landed, that would have been huge. Blazing Cake actually hit a minion by accident, and that's why it didn't pop off.
Oh no.
And so you're like, dang, that didn't work. However, you create space. Source, Walker, and Joust, though, are going to rotate into this dragon very, very quickly. Chill Will Kills and Duck. We're able to go back and buy up pretty dang well. Not a full Bloodthirster, but it's enough to overcome, I think. And that's going to be the big call down. Good little Ricochet as well to keep Ketsu on about 3/4 HP. Will this be enough to overcome on this dragon? That's going to be the final call.
Did not. There should be no bullet time for Duck, but there should be a Solar Flare available. Only key ultimate down here for IDA. All ults available except that Power and Despair, but the Solar Flare lands. What a pick. He's chill, he's will, and he just sets IDA up for the kills. Flame teleporting in late with that big World Ender will not be able to find a trade. He flashes to at least get one on the Duck, but the rest of his team is crumbling. It's gonna have to be Flame the hero, but he's getting knocked up, stunned up, and cut down. He'll take 2 to the grave with him, but it's an ace for IDA at the Drake Pit.
That hurt to watch. Honestly, I was looking at Flame saying, yo, Flame can turn this around. Flame can be that hero at the very end. And it was looking good. The fact that even 2 kills came through on that nasty wombo, that's all because of Flame right there. Well-deserved 4-1-0. However, the rest of the team falling very, very heavily at the end. You saw that crest as soon as Joust and Source Walker walked into that brush, and you get the call down that Blazing Cake is like, no one else has walked my way. That's an easy solo flare to go for. Beautifully done. You get a dragon here in the next turn, and you look like monsters. IDA controlling this game very well.
I think you made a great point there. If that fight doesn't start so disastrously for Elysium Ymir, Flame probably gets a pentakill or something close to that, but just everything else is not going well for Ymir right now, and it's hurting them. And Chill Will Kills is back to finding these great stuns with the Solar Flare. Remember, no flash for Kitu or Jost. Bullet time to the face. Jost has to kite back down into the waiting arms of Blazing Cake, and the bottom lane for Elysium drops for a second time.
All right, here we go. You know what? You love how I was talking about Flame being an absolute baller in the top side. I love the fact that you pointed out all the way at the beginning of this game that it's feeling like a repeat of game number 1. And lo and behold, at about the same time frame, we are right back at 12-5. Is it a little bit messier? Yes. Is the gold lead about the same as game 1? Yes. Are we going to see a win? I'm not too sure, but you are going to see a solo kill as Blazing Cake lays the entirety of the LeBlanc combo down.
Yep. And by the way, Joby was picking up the second dragon on the back end of that. So dragon stacking and Rift Herald, along with that unstoppable kill for Blazing Cake, is going to bring objective bounties out. And yeah, it's starting to feel a lot more like game number 1 with a new cast of characters all over again.
As long as IDA don't get messy, as long as they don't try and turn things around, you know, try and correct mistakes of the past, they do extremely well. Like I said, it feels like this should have been a 3-0 scene when IDA just kind of threw it away in the bot's side in game number 2. That was the only reason it felt like Ketu got a good lead. So I don't want to harp on Elysium Ymir too much, which I think it really, I mean, this game is showing that Flame can really step up and all. But I mean, right now, I don't really see a huge window of opportunity back into this game. Ketu has been bullied into oblivion. 0-2 and 3 just finished that collector, so we'll have some power. But this chase, look at Blazing Cake. Blazing Cake already has a ward down, and it's just annihilation.
Oh, yep. The fear lands, doesn't matter. Blazing Cake gets his solo kill, gets out with a quick distort. Flame 1 versus 3, getting the full only fed member of Elysium Ymir treatment, dies in the 1v3. IDA are rolling, and they've targeted Orbital. One player they're not going to let, well, really play the game much more.
I like how you say that when it's also been top side, jungle, bot side, mid, like literally everywhere has been just kill, kill, kill. And with these kills, I love the fact that they are rotating into the enemy side jungle as well. They're taking control of every aspect of this game, which I can really appreciate. It's okay for their own though. Is playing this LeBlanc at a godlike level. At this point, it doesn't even warrant calling out because it's just going to happen every time we see the LeBlanc meet someone.
You said LeBlanc nerfs are coming, right? Or did somebody say that?
Yeah, they're definitely coming somewhere.
Oh, jeez. Two Chains would have been proud of that kill for sure. That was disgusting damage on that LeBlanc. This game is, yeah, running away with it. And Chill kills might look to push Temple even more. Easily own a lockdown. The cleanse and flash used by Ketu just to survive. Bullet time won't have enough damage, but they do have to surrender control of this mid-tier 1. The wave will drop off. Ace in the hole coming across onto Joby. Good crescent guard to block. Duck does need a fear. Does need the Sprawling Despair. He's going to have to fight his way out, but he's still alive, and he's going to be able to find the turn with Joby. Chill kills, jumps back in to find a second. Midnight will make sure to take Chill kills out, but somehow IDA diving under their tier 1 turret come out ahead in the kill count.
All right, that was a sick dive from Chill. Chill had no chill and goes into set up and save Joby. By the way, huge turnaround. You sacrifice your life for one and you make it work. Right now, IDA, they just need to allow Blazing Cake to do their thing. I'm honestly surprised that we aren't seeing a Dark Seal come out. I will say, if we do see a Dark Seal at this current moment, though, I'd be very sad. From Blazing Cake, I mean, you usually want that early on, you know, when you know you're going to go on a tear. For the current moment, though, you can go ahead and expand out. Freak needs to be unleashed from this top side, though. We need to see this Cassante be allowed to roam out for the upcoming objectives. I mean, Dragon in about a minute and a half. We'd like to see the Cassante there to frontline once again and not having to rely on that TP only.
Feels like Elysium Ymir have to rely on Flame popping off to get back into this game because they are being bled out on multiple fronts. Won't be long before that mid-tier 1 drops off, maybe even that top tier 1. Dragon stacking, not far behind. Another minute for the third and first Cloud Drake that very well could go into the hands of IDA. If we're calling back to game number 1 Orbital, this is where IDA really looked even more polished after a good early game, is when they're in control, in the gold lead, heading into these team fight oriented spots. It's rough for Elysium right now.
For them, it's just, how do we get back in this game? And really, it's, I don't think you can. Not at least in the team fight. You're just looking for picks. You're just looking for, can I find a kill? Midnight. I mean, look at that. Blazing Cake, the only thing not allowing that dive is specifically that tower shot at first. If the tower shot didn't come through, I think Midnight, Blazing Cake would have dove.
I'm right in agreement with you. Source Walker desperately trying to get something back on the other end, playing for a 2v1 against Freak, but Cassante at this point, decently tanky with that Iceborne Gauntlet. It's going to be hard to shred through that, even with Flame's power, and Freak is just doing his job to a T, making sure that Source Walker sticks around, which means the rest of his squad can push onto this tier 2 turret. Yeah, look, I mean, Freak he canceled another Source Walker back, all for this tier 1 turret with objective bounty. This isn't worth it.
No, not at all. You can see the breakaway as well. We're going to have Soul Point ready to go as Joby is ready to take it, and Freak is just doing an immaculate job of holding him here. We mentioned that Flame was able to get 2 kills earlier. Freak has enabled, and now that's going to call on a TP.
Oh, Duck, bullet time down. Freak is helming the point of the spear this time, and Blazing Cake is over the wall. Watch the burst damage. Flame isn't even safe from it. Blazing Cake goes legendary. Welcome to the bakery. We're serving up gray screens as a double kill comes across for Blazing Cake.
Cake is just too good right now, looking like a monster. Now Ketu is cut off.
Couple swings of the spear. Joby won't even hit the wind, becomes lightning, because he's going to make lightning on his own. Chill Will kills, maybe earned that kill himself after a stellar Leona game. He's looking for more. Slow onto Jost. There's the Zenith Blade. Watch how fast the health bar drops for Jost as this chain goes through. The Ignite.
Boink.
Chill Will kills, gets a second.
Nice and easy is what we like to say. It's just clean as a whistle. And this is just closeout period. I'd like to point out, between the two games, it was IDA that knew how to close out a game in a much cleaner fashion. I believe their game one went at about 25 is what I want to say. 28, I do apologize. 28-20 on that one. And then if you take a look at the side of Elysium Ymir, it was about 29.5. But taking into account how far each team was ahead, I'm giving a little bit of benefit of doubt here. Right now, I want to see a good closeout. I want to see IDA take this one home without too much worry.
Well, they're going to look to push their tempo with more fighting. Pressing guard down for Joby, so he won't take much damage. Looks like IDA are just looking to wrestle control of this top side jungle, because they know as well as we do, Orbital, that a Baron turn is inevitable. Maybe a turn into another fight. Joby feeling pretty confident. There's the bullet time in a tight space. Joss has to flash away. Flame already below half HP. Joby likes his odds, but the World Ender is still popped. No kills found just yet. Joby flashes to get the win because lightning.
God.
Not enough healing just yet. Source Walker lives out, and Joby is very hurt himself. Blazing Cake soon to jump in. Finds an easy kill onto Joss as he goes legendary. The mid-tier 2 turret will be next to fall.
So now I were playing in there, I would have absolutely flashed forward into a WR. Just tried to assassinate, because at this point it's going to work. Solar Flare landing as well.
No stun though. Or maybe a stun on Nikitu. He does burn the cleanse. Blazing Cake looking to hold them all off to the side. Without that Baron buff, the waves are easily cut down. IDA though, they still aren't interested in playing for Baron. They have wave control on the bot side as well. This time this turret will fall. Source Walker back up though. Looking to come push the tempo a little bit further. At some point, Elysium Ymir, you got to start fighting and stop bleeding turrets.
I mean, I think they have been. I'll be honest. I think they have been in their own eyes. They're like, we're trying to hurt them. It's really not working. It's like throwing pebbles against a brick wall. I mean, overall, I think Elysium, they're just going to try and farm it up and then wait till the last inhibitor is about to fall and make a final break for it. Of course, the other side is you just aim for this upcoming dragon. That's in about 2 minutes, and you just Hail Mary it there one way or another. But as you said, it is going to come down to one final blow. I think what you are at least going to do, no matter what, try and get 2 items in everyone. You can see components for Ketu, another component for second item for Midnight. And then, I mean, Source Walker, poor Source Walker is stuck on that Triforce. That's about all they've had. This Baron's going to go down extremely quickly. It's not going to take any time at all. Blazing Cake is just going to run it interference and look for a solo kill. Are they gonna fight it though? Nah.
Look at the respect. I mean,
Yep.
if you don't know where Blazing Cake is, you got to assume he's waiting in a brush. Oh, maybe Midnight's gonna learn the hard way. Nope, smart. Use those severing bolts as scouting bolts. Jost is playing pretty deadly as well. Yeah, this game certainly feels Orbital like 5 members with Baron, 1 more big push, win the fight that Elysium has to force.
Yep. And it should be. I don't see a world where IDA lose this upcoming fight. If they lose, it is quite literally Duck and Cake sitting in front of your tanks and just letting yourself die. That is about it. Deep TP just to get everyone together, and then it's Freak and Flame just to duke it out, because I like this. Freak is like, I will keep Flame at bay, push with 4, because our 4 beats your 4.
R4 annihilates your 4 at this point. Flame is the real only X factor that Freak will happily bear hug in the bottom lane as the mid lane inhibitor turret falls. Blazing Cake gets that job done. The inhibitor not far behind. Blazing Cake just poking and prodding a little bit, sending Source Walker down to about half HP. Feels like triple inhib is coming pretty soon to a screen near you.
Oh, is this a collapse down though?
Okay.
Is this actively a collapse on Flame?
Now they're going for it. They've got more than enough damage without Fed. Joby is all out to lock down Flame a bit more. There's no healing with that heal cut available from Freakin'. Flame goes down. The rest of IDA, they've got a decision to make. They can march into the base or they can slow down and play for Cloud Soul.
You just killed one of the strongest members. Take the last inhib. That's what I would say. You don't have to march in because Blazing Cake is just being the annoying person in the backside. Take the inhib. You don't have to force anything. Go ahead, grab everything, set them all very far behind. Claim your Jester wards. Get your items if you so wish. And from there, look to close it out real neat and nice.
Tactical from Iridescent Dawn Avengers. Not messing around on the grand final stage. Triple inhibs online, Cloud Soul online, and the siege of a lifetime soon to come.
I can see this being that final stand. And going back to the drawing board, I want to congratulate IDA. Every single one of their drafts has felt very, very clean and concise. We mentioned in game one, it felt like they honestly didn't need that much. You take a look at what they had. I mean, game one was the Olaf, Skarner, Azir, Varus, Leona. Game two, they had pretty much the exact same in terms of just kind of brute force strength. It's just a couple missed executions. So right now we're seeing the full strength of IDA as they bully down this lane. I don't see them stopping anytime soon. This should be that final stand.
Yeah, I mean, Blazing Cake forced Flash and 1 under on a Flame with 1 Distort combo. So that doesn't tell you how this fight's about to go. I don't know what else will, because there might not be a fight. Elysium, you gotta go in at some point. Source Walker's gonna go for Duck, but he's alone, stunned up. See you later. Blazing Cake goes legendary. That sets Joby up to go in, and it's just an absolute wipe.
Dive him! Dive him!
Elysium, Ymir are a rag on the floor of IDA's triumph in game number 3 as they go to match point, series point, championship point in the ADL.
I love diving the fountain. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry to Midnight. You stepped in on the red side. I love watching fountain dives. It's so much fun to me. Overall, though, I give a lot of credit once again. I feel Elysium, Ymir, some of their picks just feel a little bit out there. The Caitlyn didn't seem to do as much work as you were hoping. Flame did amazing. Don't get me wrong. You gave R5 to Flame. Flame played one hell of a game. It might not look like it, but they did. Midnight tried to hold their own as best they could, but just fell behind. I think you're 3-4-0, very strong score, matching the likes of Flame. But it wasn't as impactful as you would like. Right now, IDA are running the show, and I think it might come down to not just some of those individual lane pickups, maybe even the jungle side. But you know, my small brain, I don't want to say anything just yet.
I'm just happy that I think the biggest thing to identify here is that if you are IDA, I don't know for sure how big Blazing Cake's champ pool is, but if you can keep getting him on picks where he can be proactive in the 1v1, feel confident to win 1v1s, get a lead and snowball it, he's looked lights out doing that. He did on Azir, gets a pentakill, he's like 9-1-1, unkillable, doing enough damage for 2 people. This game, you get him on a LeBlanc Hui matchup, which is just unfair from the get-go. He goes 11-0-9, top damage charts. You know, if you could do that for one more game, Blazing Cake is the obvious finals MVP, and IDA has their championship. And it works so well with how early game proactive Joby is. It's got to be something that Elysium Ymir really have to plan for in the draft. I'd like to see some, you know, targeted bans towards Blazing Cake, especially when you go to that second phase.
I would like to say that, but it's also the same thing as trying to ban out someone like you know, Freak up there. Freak has done so well in handling themselves, and granted, not the most amazing showing. Flame has now won out multiple times, but the job of Freak is just contain Flame. Don't let Flame get out of control. Don't let him go crazy. And honestly, I'd also be looking at that jungle side. I think you mentioned it all the way back in game 1. Joby is well known as that facilitator, utilizing their jungle pressure to enter into the other lanes. And we have to give credit there. That's why we saw the Hui get so far behind at points, is Xin Zhao's off in the corner. It is the corralling of an immobile mage. Joby deserves just as much praise. I will say though, score-wise, 100%. Blazing Cake is proving why they should be the series MVP. And if they're able to do it one more time, I expect IDA to just chef's kiss their way through the 4th game.
Yeah, shout out to Show Will Kills as well. Impeccable Leona game.
Nah, supports don't deserve love. I'm sorry.
Okay. Supports don't deserve love. Neither do intermission breaks, but you guys have to deal with it. We'll be back. Game number 4 after another short intermission.
peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
What could be for the final time, we are getting set for our next draft of the ADL Grand Finals with Iridescent on Avengers up 2-1 Orbital. Elysium Ymir, they're going to the blue side, and they're bringing back their blue side mid laner with it, with their season on the line.
I love it. I think Margin did very, very well, and no hate over to Midnight. Midnight tried to step in. It's just a blind pick way. Feels like it can be abused very quickly. Another problem that I'm seeing here, we're right back on that blue-red for Elysium on the blue, and we're seeing the exact same draft style, except IDA this time.
Role swapping. What is going on? Or not role swapping, vibe swapping.
No, it's just, yeah, this is, I have a feeling IDA may be doing this just to make Elysium mad. I feel this is a very underhanded way, and I don't disagree with it. If you're trying to get into your opponent's head, this is the best way to do it. 100%. Grab the champions away. I like the call down though. No Senna. Grab the Leona instead.
Why not? Joe Will Kills has looked mighty impressive on this Leona for two of the games. He has helmed it. We'll see once again, though, that Joss likes the Senna a lot. So Senna Caitlyn is the now pairing. The Caitlyn very successful in Elysium Ymir's 1-game win. So we're certainly starting to mix and match with some of these bot laners. But like you mentioned, stop me, you heard this before. Source Walkers, Udyr is back available. Zyra, the newest response coming across here for Jobst in that jungle.
Okay, so I can get behind this. You deny a lot of that frontal engagement. The problem is you don't really have follow-up engage for the Leona. The Zyra is great at clear. You are essentially saying we are going to be gank heavy, and if we team fight around objectives, they will be ours. I want to see some front end engagement though from top and mid, or at least some CC value coming out there. I also wouldn't be upset to just see that R5 annoyance and know they're going to give it over to mid. Okay, very, very different from game number 1. Yeah, opt for the Cassante, which did its job. It didn't exactly win. Don't get me wrong. There were one or two solo kills on the top side against Freak. So this is a chance. This is a big chance for Elysium Ymir. If they decide to run that Aatrox once again, it could do a lot of work, especially with a much squishier jungler route on the other side. But it's a blind pick mid that's going to be very surprising because Margin, you mentioned before, Margin is so good. It'd be a great way to deny that Margin strong mid lane presence.
Flame, though, gets his turn at the Olaf this time round. Or his turn this time on the Olaf. So he'll go Olaf into Cassante. Yeah, I mean, this is a similar vibe to the Aatrox matchup. Margin, though, is now gonna blind the Hui with no way. I mean, LeBlanc's up. Are we really gonna set up Blazing Cake to donkey on both of your mid laners with the same matchup? Is this not just an immediate LeBlanc block? I mean, this is arguably an even better comp to play LeBlanc into with Caitlyn Senna.
I 100% believe this is listen, I don't think Blazing Cake can play LeBlanc on red side. The combos are too hard. The camera angle is so off. And they are going to be called out. And this is an Ezreal mid, so just raw damage in all 5 lanes for IDA. Elysium, Ymir doing the exact same. This is going to be bloody matchup here.
Yeah, I totally skipped over the fact that they locked Zyra jungle, so you didn't actually have to go AP in the mid lane. Blazing Cake will pull out the Ezreal R5. Lot of range. With Jhin and Ezreal, Zyra is a lot of spacing. This is interesting, Orbital. This is the first game where IDA are not going for controlling the start of team fights. This is the first game where, despite the fact that I know we have chill kills on Leon again, but the rest of this comp really wants to stall out and prolong fights with the sustainable damage that Jhin, Zyra, and Ezreal can bring to a fight.
You're also hoping they don't get close. I think that's what the Zyra is for. If you pick up the Jhin, you're basically saying, yeah, let's free fire from the back line. You're going to be running front Leona Cassante and just trying to keep vision on where that Olaf is coming from. I think that's going to be your big goal. If this gets into a jungle scuffle fight, that's what you're hoping for. The Ezreal, great sustain on its own. You're going to be able to influence the rest of the lanes as well with the True Shot Barrage. IDA, this is a vast difference in what they've done in the previous 3 games. This is not team fight anymore. If I see them full team fight, I'm going to be a bit worried. If they do team fight, though, they have a much better outcome, I think, than Elysium Ymir. I'm still going to be looking towards those side lanes. The whole reason that this was not a 3-0, I think, is IDA got messy. They wanted to get a little bit more than they should have. They tried to correct some wrongs, and I'll say it again. I'm a broken record. I've gone through like 7 records at this point. Don't try and overcompensate for a bad play early. IDA, when they play even, when they play tempered, they play well.
Control in the early game is IDA's success. Elysium, Ymir, chaos in the early game, coming out with a lead. It feels like whatever team comes out of the early game with a lead has been the one to win the games. Will we see that switch up with everything on the line for both of these squads? Who knows? We'll have to find out one way or another. And that's for you guys sitting through another lovely intermission. But after that, we're back on to Summer's Rift for potentially the last time if IDA want to be helmed as the ADL champions of the Summer 2024 split.
Shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away, 'cause it could all end here, where the straight daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still here.
It's an IDA championship or silver scrapes coming y'all's way. There are only two outcomes on Summoner's Rift currently. Elysium, Ymir with their backs against the wall, still relying on some patent champions from their run so far. Sourcewalker's Udyr, Jost Senna, and now a different mid laner helming the way with everything to play for.
Oh no. I think Freak is lined up on the wrong side of this. Okay, went to the center. Oh boy.
Oh, nope, he still gets hit by the slow of the axe and he's just immediately gonna flash. So don't always see Casantes take flash, and Freak is very thankful that he is not in that camp with that level 1 excursion.
It's a rough start as well. Had to start the E, which is a rough dash. Joby is actually going to try and run interference, but I don't know why you're here. Why would you stay there?
Oh, Joby, that's just another flash has to get committed. So you talked about Orbital, the one game where IDA lost. It was just mistakes, you know, easily fixable decisions, and 2 flashes burned before waves crash feels like that exact MO.
I mean, that was... I'm trying to figure out what the thought process was there. You know, 5 entered. No one's really left. And if I get a good hold, like they're just going to leave. No, you know you're walking into a Zyra jungle if you're Elysium Ymir. And you know Zyra's early. I mean, you can trade damage to an extent, but with a 5v1 dogpile, you win that all day long. Beautiful job from Elysium Ymir to go ahead and scrap that together. They get the flashes. Not only that, they're going to force a vert jungle situation, which is outside of the norm. Sourcewalker has not had this situation occur. Neither has Joby so far in the series. And this might be what's needed to kind of shake things up. It's going to draw a pretty clear line, especially if Flame is allowed to win out on the top side. Because remember, last time Freak went, I believe, TP and goes. Flame is going full on aggression. This is Flash Ghost. This is I'm going to dominate lane.
Now Sourcewalker has an obvious, yeah, I think you reinforced it. Force a vert jungle. Freak is not going to be able to catch a lot of these waves. Take the Cassante out of the game. Slow down Joby. And let Sourcewalker just farm up. Don't know exactly why we have a pause coming across. I would assume some sort of internet issues. Oh, yeah. Okay. Looks like now it's a different support. The last time we had a DC, it was Jost. And now it looks like it's Chill Will Kills. His internet has now gone out. So I would say Orbital gives us a lot of time to break down the matchup, but I'm gonna be real. I think we've covered it pretty well. I mean, you broke down how terrible the flashes are to be lost off Joby and Freak right now. Is there much more to be said after we watched a minute 24 of this game of League of Legends?
We do be counting here in the casting booth. We do enjoy counting as much as possible. I will say, I think the only difference that I would like to call out is the fact that I think topside is actually going to go a lot worse than normal. Freak having to start dash means you have 0 wave clear opportunities up till level 2, which is a full wave and a half. And so Flame is going to have a grand old time if you're able to land some of those axes early. Yes, it's not the biggest detriment in the world, but it does feel bad for wave control, which we know top laners need an exorbitant amount of. I mean, the meme of, lose 1 wave or take 1 bad trade and now you're zoned out for 3.5 minutes. It's a very real thing. There's a reason there's a meme of it. Freak, I'm curious. So far after game 1 has looked less than stellar and is now opting into a Cassante trade value. I am very curious. That's the only thing I really want to point at. I am very, very curious about how this is going to play out.
Very, very curious indeed. Well, it sounds like the internet woes are not to be fixed anytime soon. So unfortunately, folks, I am going to have to throw you to another short break, but we will be back live from Summoner's Rift once we get Chill Will Kills his internet fixed up, because boy, would this be an anticlimactic time for one of the best players for IDA to have to drop out of a match. We'll be back hopefully sooner rather than later. We are back live. It was actually Jost's internet that was problematic, but Jost is back as K2 and Jost arrived to lane after the level 1 shenanigans. We'll see how these jungle paths are affected. Don't worry, folks, if you haven't seen that, that's the Riot Spectate second freeze bug that everyone knows and loves. All right, there we go. Now we're back to regularly scheduled League of Legends action with some fun vertical jungling.
Quick little start here. I will say it's a little bit of a difference of Joby actually opting for a buff to camps instead of Source Walker, who went the Raptors into buff. A little bit of a different taste between the two, and that'll be really interesting to watch for. But for right now, of course, this vertical jungling, I'm not sure if it really hampers the likes of a Zyra. I'll be honest, I'm not too knowledgeable on the pathing. All I know is that as long as Zyra has an okay clear with all the camps, you're in a safe spot. Like, you're perfectly okay with whatever gets thrown down. As long as you're not dying, you're pretty happy.
As long as you're not dying, you're pretty happy. We'll see which team that ideal prevails for most, as it really does feel like we may be in for a slower early game, especially compared to last game, with the fact that Joby might not be looking for the most gank angles. As I say that, though, with this vertical jungling, it doesn't lock him to a bot gank. Zenith played down, cleanse forced out, but you don't have enough cleanses for all these stuns. K2 does have the ignite overhead, but luckily Duck doesn't get to that force shot in time. No real kill threat. Top side might be where the real kill threat is.
I mean, everywhere's got some kill threat, honestly. This is going to be root versus damage versus damage. I mean, Joby is just trying to punish his bottom side. Flame, though, in the top side, I think, tried to take a couple awkward trades, and granted, you'll have a little bit of healing coming out, but Freak has done a really good job of mitigating any of this early damage. And as soon as I say that, an axe hits, but might be a little bit of a dash forward to dance it out.
Gotta be careful going into an Olaf with how much healing he can get low health, but Freak, yeah, does have control of the wave. He's stacking up for what could be a very big crash if he wants it as well. Gets the level up first. And every minute you're surviving early against an Olaf is a win here, and might be an even bigger win that Source Walker is coming over to at least hover. This Freak will go in, but unfortunately for Freak, he's been baited in expertly. Flame gets the shield, looks for the turn, and that is an Olaf with first blood. Caster Curse is such a real thing.
It'll never not be a real thing. We just love yelling at players and making them look silly, and then we're like, yeah, but we caused that. You know, it feels so good whenever that happens. Of course, with one kill on the top side, like I said, I kind of expected it. I wasn't exactly sure how bad it was going to be, and granted, huge gank by Source Walker, as again, Joby was attempting to find some extra pieces on the bottom end. Overall, though, everyone will have their own piece of the pie, and Joby's gonna be feeling pretty dang okay.
Guys, come on. If I see Jost's internet out, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out. Well, you know what? At least Orbital, we made it double the amount of time we made it last time.
True.
We made it 3 more minutes compared to a minute and a half. Oh, all right. Well, you know, it's interesting to think about how this game will progress, because we talked about how IDA, this is the first time we've seen them draft a comp where outside of bottom lane, they really want to play slow. They want to play just kind of farming until later in that game. But how much is Flame about to wreck that with the fact that he's got, you know, 1 kill on Olaf, but 1 kill on Olaf early is enough to spell a lot of doom and demise as the game goes on.
Oh, 100%. I'm fully expecting Freak to also go straight to that Bramble as soon as possible, just be that annoying topside difference. This would also be one of the champions that you could actively run a Frozen Heart if you want to be super annoying against all of them. But would it be optimal? Probably not. Doubling up on that might not be the best course of action, but it does lean into what we were talking about. Flame versus Freak, yes, it was surprising for game 1, and I think that was just Flame getting a little bit too I want to say over eager for a fight. Went with the cannon, which is not exactly the strongest champion right now. Has some power, but just put in a rough matchup. Now has consistently had some good times. Granted, if Source Walker wasn't up there, it would have been a whole different story. I think that would have been Freak coming out with a victory. But in every essence, we are going to see that top lane shift unless we see Joby trying to lay some smackdowns in between mid and top. If we get to see Joby roam up, that can be a whole thing to play for as well.
Well, hey, look at that. We do have more League of Legends to watch because the players can play again. Hopefully whoever was having an issue got their stuff sorted. What a nasty little freeze K2's trying to set up here, but the turret does grab that aggro. There's the second pause that we always love and get. Joby taking care of the last of those camps on the enemy bot side jungle. Curious to see if Joby, we're just expecting an immediate dragon start with this Zyra, the fact that they're vertical jungling towards the bot side.
Just be kind of nice. I don't know if it continues any further, but for right now you're pretty okay. You also get first dibs on this upcoming dragon, which is an Infernal, by the way. We haven't yet seen a truly aggressive jungler or aggressive dragon, which is kind of nice. With an Infernal on the board, I'm hoping that the next one is not going to be a Hextech. If it is, I'm going to be very, very sad. I want to see a Hextech soul. I want to see everyone dueling over those dragons as much as possible. But for right now, we'll see that slow take. Does look like Margin, though, wants to get a little bit in the mix, and this can actually be a dangerous factor if not given enough time.
Yeah, but the bonus of having Zyra and 2 marksmen is you can take dragons this easily. So
yep.
I like that from Joby, recognizing, hey, Sourcewalker, you want to force a vertical jungling? All right, bet. I'll take the dragon off spawn. My team is perfectly content playing for that stacking.
You're more than okay with this factor, and is it going to continue is the whole question. Are you going to get more of it? It is an Ocean next, and just considering the fact that Sourcewalker is prioritizing those grubs, which we have seen used to very good effect on both sides, I think this is going to be that chance.
No.
However, what a catch in the jungle.
Yeah, but Joby's holding the snare, is going to eat the Spiraling Despair to the face. This is a level 4 Zyra and a level 4 Leona. So the catchers are the ones actually getting caught here. Multiple flashes having to be burned by both Joby and Joel kills.
I was hoping they had a little bit more, but again, it's not too much. However, he gave enough time for Duck to get a plate at least, which means the Jhin is gonna have a pretty good time. After that fight, though, Margin does have to TP right back to mid lane, where we do get credit. Blazing Cake has so far gotten about a 5 to 10 CS lead, which I'm assuming is going to continue here in a bit. Has also not recalled yet. At 61 CS, this is more than enough to pick up a primary set of your components. There's going to be the tier plus the sheen. Easy grab.
Easy grab indeed. I'm just staring at the fact that Sourcewalker is like almost 2 levels up on Joby right now. He was level 6 while Joby was level 4 in that bottom lane escapade. I believe by the time he wraps up this red buff in the Krugs, he will hit level 7. Massive power spike for the Udyr. Sourcewalker, we talked about how much of a call it is to dictate tempo with that vert jungle, and it is paying off, at least for him, massively. And this is a big reason why there is over 1,000 gold lead, despite the fact there is only 1 kill on the board.
I saw the roam up for Margin. I was like, is this going to be a fight? I wonder about this. Duck, though, is getting jumped on. You don't have a way out.
Ooh, flashes after the root comes across. The trap combination coming across for K2 into the net. The barrier force. No ace in the hole, though. Does mean Duck survives after burning both of those key summoners.
I mean, only level 5. Could have been level 6 difference, but I love this call. As soon as you knew Chill Will was on top side, you go ahead and force your way into the bot. And this is what Elysium and Ymir were hoping to do last game. I think use that Caitlyn to be a big buffer, but now you get it turned around on you.
They're both on a mana. Big root comes across. Fourth shot nearly kills off Joss. The minions won't do it. The deadly flourish will. K2 does have flash available. Will have to flash the first W from Joby, despite the fact he's under leveled. Starting to impact the map like he always does as that facilitator. But he face checks up rush with Sourcewalker waiting in the wings. The ult's gonna get the kill. Chill Will kills will also be hounded on. Duck is close by but very low, and Sourcewalker knew it. Baits him in close by, flashes to get the double. Sourcewalker is taking over for Elysium Ymir with their season on the line. Give him the triple kill.
At least there was a solo kill in mid lane for a Blazing Cake, but Slayer, what did I say about bot lane? What did I say about what happens to IDA and how they lost game 2? Did I not mention that trying to get more than is necessary, granted this wasn't a make up for mistakes, did I not mention that this is how things start to slip away from them? They get a little bit antsy, they look for a little bit more, and they don't respect where the opponents can be. I mean, it's not the end of the world, don't get me wrong. Yes, it's 3 kills over to Sourcewalker. It's still recoverable, but it hurts to see either way.
Definitely stings. Source Walker, no champion played more this split than this Udyr, and he is in position to really just helm such a powerful front line for this Ymir composition. I mean, think about a fed Olaf and a fed Udyr at the front of this comp, running at all these squishy marksmen. The squishy Zyra could be enough to force a game 5.
I think it very well could be, but it's going to depend on whether or not you can start laying claim to this dragon. Source Walker, I want to see them be able to really take over, really start bullying out Joby and forcing the rest of IDA to actually play catch up. That will draw a lot of pressure, I think, off of Martian, who, once again, having lost out a little bit, is in a rough position. I really want to see Source Walker be in the mix. I don't want to see him just power farm their way to oblivion, as we do see the dragon currently be taken, and Blazing Cake getting jumped on in the mid lane.
Good juke though on the one route, doesn't step on the trap. Arcane shifts to enough of a distance. Dawning Shadow, not enough in the damage department. Blazing Cake versus a whole lot of abilities for no kill.
Honestly, that was extremely clean. Very, very nicely done, considering you didn't have flash that whole time, and did that pretty much without Arcane Shift either. Very, very well done. However, Dragon is now in peril.
Source Walker, the big power point for Elysium Ymir, and they're looking to root him down. The knockups come across, he gets a big chunky shield. The curtain call falls a bit too short. Keep in mind, this is 5 versus 4 for Iridescent Dawn Avengers. And they'll commit all those members to secure the dragon stacking, but they'll leave Flame alone on this topside turret with 2 grubs and a whole lot of gold going back over to Ymir.
I mean, that 6 grub take, that is going to be a huge wave in favor of Flame. Yes, you won't finish it off, but it's going to be enough. You can clear another wave as well, because Freak, I mean, Freak ain't going to be back up there. I'm so sorry to say. Huge dub in favor, and that is going to be, you know, a give and take. It's another Cloud Soul to play for, which Source Walker is like, hey, sweet, we'll take it. Same with the Olaf, because, you know, that Ragnarok is going to be, hey, you ain't stopping me from getting back to Duck or Blazing Cake or Joby. For what it's worth right now, though, it is still within 1,000 gold, which I think is covered by the 2 dragons, the AP-AD ratio plus the healing coming in.
Yeah,
so I would say drops it down closer to about 700, or a little bit even lower, like 500.
We have to do different calculations. Oh, actually, Freak survives. Just flashes away from the Olaf. No Ragnarok up anymore. Flame does have the ghost still going, but Joby's waiting patiently for the Tangle Barbs. Good sidestep from Flame. Yeah, you deserve to flash that emote, buddy.
Yeah, it feels good. Get out of dodge, get out of there as much as possible, and you know, maybe make it worth your while. With this kind of slow tango, though, we can see that everyone is just kind of trying to get their way back into the game. A lot of pings going down on the bot side, as this is Ketsu 0, 1, and 1, who has fallen very far behind in the CS game. I would like to point out. Duck, we haven't mentioned it before because the bot lane has been relatively even, or ganks have just set things up for disaster. Duck has been a master at ensuring that this is a solid fight for him in a solo, like 1v2 situation, considering how often Chill Will is not in the lane.
That is, yeah, that I'm just an outstanding amount of a CS lead. Like 40 at this point in the game is massive. I guess now we can judge Duck on how he decides to build this Jhin. I will say now, this isn't the worst game to go static rapid fire cannon. I'm just saying, it's a lot better here than the other 2 times we saw Jhin.
Considering both of them are doing it, though, can we really say it's a bad build, or can we just say we're out of the loop on what's good?
Oh, did I lose audio? Am I?
Oh, I thought you were just muling over my comment. Okay.
All right. Hello. Did I fix it this time? What is?
I think I just gave you one of the roughest questions ever and questioned your casting, and you were just like, I hate you, Orbital. I don't want to talk to you. Okay.
No. I completely lost audio and stream capabilities for like the last 30 seconds. Whatever question you asked me, it's gonna have to hold on because Lockdown City just got dropped on Joss's head. Dead to Joby. Another pick back over towards IDA. All right, what was the question? I missed the question.
Okay. While we watch this tower be taken, the question posed is, I know we are ragging on Static Shiv, but when both Duck and Ketsu are running the static shiv on Jhin, can we say that it is a bad build, just a poor choice in itemization, or that it is the casters that are out of touch with what is good?
Probably the second one, to be honest.
Okay, okay, just making
probably the second one. My problem more so is not the static shiv; it was with the rapid fire cannon.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm pretty sure static shiv is, as weird as it is to say out loud for a Jhin, by the way. Can we talk about the fact that static shiv being meta on a champion like Jhin, who is anti-attack speed, is the weirdest thing of all time? Like, I don't, whatever, man. But it's the reality right now, League of Legends.
That's true. That's true. And we'll see if it continues being a pretty nice piece of the puzzle. My main thing, of course, taking a look, is going to be the fact that we are at a net even game. Both sides have gone ahead and collected a decent amount of CS for themselves. Mid lane, of course, an expansive piece of the puzzle. A huge part, though, is Joby just getting caught out here.
Oh, but Kitsu might be caught too. There's the crit shot. Duck will get one. Joby does flash over the wall. Won't be traded.
Oh, what
and 3 teleports in with Blazing Cake on the wraparound. Source Walker may be the big titan for Elysium Ymir this time. They're gonna let him run away because it's Jost and Kitsu to fall again. This feels a lot like last game where the top side for Elysium Ymir holds strong, but it might not be enough.
This is starting to get out of control again. Blazing Cake, not only that, with red buff, can be such a menace in catching anyone down. Those mystic shots hurt so much. But with the tower going down, now you rotate in double ADC into this mid lane. You can power down this tower if you catch him off guard, but it is going to be Herald in the pocket of Source Walker, so they're going to try and force their way through this mid lane as well. We are setting ourselves up for a pretty hefty crash of a 4v4 team fight.
Certainly are. Especially with Rift Herald crashing onto that turret. Good on Source Walker to make sure to get 6 grubs on that Rift Herald. Means the turret takes are hard for IDA, but the Drake takes are not. Source Walker gets into the pit here, and actually, with the might of 5 from Elysium Ymir, they're going to give up the dragon. They want the fight. Ragnarok pop. Joby is dead. Here comes Flame running down the 2 main carries of IDA to keep Elysium Ymir in this grand finals. They get the dragon and 2 huge kills on their roll-off.
We mentioned it before. You don't really have good stopping power for the Olaf. Suffice it to say, there is none. Flame literally just pops Ghost, says screw you, flashes on top, annihilates, and I know you said it's a 2 carries. It is 2 carries. I wouldn't say it's the amazing carry because honestly, Blazing Cake is looking like the secondary or primary, but still, it's true. You can kill whoever you wish as Flame, and it's only going to continue. So very well done on the pickup. Not only that, dragon secured by Source Walker, able to put themselves in a really nice spot once again. I don't see it stopping anytime soon, but Marge and having to flash away keep themselves safe.
I love that trade every time if you're Joe Will Kills. My Solar Flare comes up 3 times before Margin's flash returns to the Rift.
So now here's the question. Where do you go from here? Right? Like, you got the kills, you're keeping it even, and you're about 500 gold ahead. But what do you want to aim for next? I mean, Baron's up in about 2 minutes, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough to kind of boost yourselves over the cusp if you're Elysium Ymir? You're the squad that's currently down 1-2, and you don't have that extra game to fall back on. Can you afford to be taking it this slowly, or can you afford to overextend as well? I mean, honestly, those are questions you have to answer if we want to see this game 5 come out.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate just a pretty traditional 4-1 here where, I mean, you don't need to go 4-1, but I'm afraid of leaving Hwei, Caitlyn, and Zed on their own devices because Joe Will Kills will just smile. Hold on, my point's gonna have to stop because we're setting up death brushes. Here's the problem, IDA. You left Joby and Chill Will Kills. There's a negative damage going on here right now. And yeah, those health bars didn't even go down with Joss close by. I'll make my point simple, or we'll just leave Flame on a side lane, wait for IDA to have to send 2 people, and then force whatever the hell you want.
Pretty much. The other side is you just run up and draw attention away, and Flame gets a free push either. Like, either way, it's play away from each other. I think that's the main goal of the game here. Play away from each other. Don't allow Flame and the rest of the team to be in the same area at the same time. But at the same time, don't let yourself get complacent once again. And that might be the call down. Chill Will Kills might be the one in an Aranus position.
Well, I'm flipping the same script from last time over on them. Sourcewalker and Jaws is not enough damage to burn through Chillwell kills alone. And with every curtain call bullet firing, Duck gets a huge shutdown. And that should be the mid-tier 1 turret as well, dropping for IDA with that Baron less than 30 seconds away from the Rift.
Wow, Chillwell kills is also looking for another. Zenith Blade just goes a little bit wide, but I mean, it's a close battle right now. Joby, of course, eating the majority, but Margin is out of position.
Yeah, now to cooldowns. Used everything to try to catch Joby. Gets rooted, gets shut down, tries to find the trade and will. Key trade to find on a Joby as well, or maybe that could have been a Baron turn. But it'll just be IDA reclaiming the gold lead.
Of course, that gold lead is going to be messy behind as well as Freak. I mean, Freak is running for their life, and Blazing Cake is saying, yo, what's up? Let's get some damage down.
Oh, yep, there's the stun. Key 2 cleanses to dodge the WQ combo for Blazing Cake. That nerfs a lot of the damage here. So it'll just be Blazing Cake and Chillwell kills, keeping that mid-tier 1 turret up, which is honestly very big now that we're in the Baron stage of this game.
Can't let any kill go to waste here. I like the warding as well. You can see some of those deep wards if you're given the opportunity, but that mid tower is just brute force down with Dragon up in just a minute as well. I would assume that Elysium and Ymir are going to try and look at bot side. If they're able to claim a little bit more tower damage even, that might not be bad to burst down the rest of the outer towers. And that'll be kind of your window opportunity. But Source Walker 3-1-1 already has a dead man's plate. It's going to be a very scary jungler running at you at any point of the game. Joby, is Joby going to go for it?
Yeah, he's waiting for as many plants as he can pop up, I assume. And that's why he's standing so close to the Baron. He's got 4. Problem is Margin is close by on the top side.
Yeah.
He's either doing that or his internet's out. He's got like 5 of them now. Oh, his Margin spots him out. Oof, that ruins it for Joby. Joby was fully ready to trade that Dragon for a sneaky Baron play.
That would have been great. Of course, it's not going to work here. And so Joby is now just going to try and call down as much attention as you can to this Baron. And actually like this call as well. Take a look at where Freak is and Blazing Cake. You want to push out these lanes, get a nice little CS lead, and then you can try and do some work. Source Walker is running into a very dangerous spot as well. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to mess with the rest of Elysium Ymir and create time for Freak to get a little bit more farm. I actually really like this call.
So Joby did all that work. Look at how much damage the plants do, by the way. He gets 10 of them up. They're like nearly soloing this Baron. I mean, they did like 4k damage. Now we have Freaks successfully. Why is the Cassante the one that's splitting? What is going on right now? I'm so confused with this map state. It hurts my brain.
Well, that's what I was mentioning. You already got spotted out, so you're going to allow Freak to grab it. And now you get to force him off Dragon. He actually just got a leash, so Source Walker might be out. This is an amazing call from IDA as they're going to try and collapse on the Dragon.
Yeah, there's the solar flare. Can Soul Walker steal it?
Good
No.
fight.
The Dragon comes across. Cloud Soul Point is over to IDA. Can they get out of dodge, though? Because the rest of Elysium Ymir are on the other side of the river. But enough roots, curtain calls. Maybe they've got the damage to kill off Source Walker. The burn of the Leandries nearly kills him off. Force shot will not hit Joss. It hits Flame. What a topsy-turvy river fight. It's like we're on a seesaw. But somehow, IDA, they come out with a tier 2 turret, Cloud Soul Point, and nobody dead.
So let me break that down because I mentioned it when as soon as Margin saw this. Here's the deal. You can't allow the likes of a Zyra. Like, that's the whole point. You play around the fact that a Zyra can do this at level 11 and you bait. As soon as it's seen, I don't know if you saw it, Freak hard shoved that lane to the bot side, said, okay, it's my time. Let's push that out. And the rest of Elysium Ymir, they had to look at the Baron. They could not sit there and say, okay, we don't worry about the Baron, because if it goes down, all of a sudden we lose on such a huge objective. And you saw the indecision come through. By the time they had decided, hey, we're actually going to go for Dragon, it was too late. You need to make that snap call instantaneously. I would have actually liked to send Margin in to the pit, clear the seedlings, and that would have cut down on time frame. Same with the Dragon call. Source Walker should have headed straight there or down towards the bottom side tower to defend. But because you tried to get 3 different rabbits, the Eagle gets 0 prey. Now they're going to try and recoup their losses, though, by going for this Baron, which in itself can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, I hate this and doing Ezreal, a Jhin, and a Zyra. They'll just poke you out over the wall, and I mean, it's still a win there for Elysium Ymir. They force a key teleport out of Freak. That's the one advantage on the map that IDA did have with the Ghost Flash Olaf was teleport advantage, but that does get evened out for the price of pit control over to Joby.
Now how much further are they going to get? Joby is once again leaning towards setting up those plants, and if you can clear out wards, maybe you can go for it. I mean, Dragon's not up for another 3 minutes. You could theoretically look at this and just try and play Annoyance, allowing Blazing King to do work, but they're just gonna open up.
Yeah, the power of the two marksmen really showing. Look at the range. Curtain call, all that damage on Source Walker, and he is down. Kitu and Josh just couldn't step up the answer because Blazing Cake is holding them all at bay with these Q after Q after Q.
I love it. Again, IDA's decision making has been top tier. Yes, it's unconventional. We'll call it for what it is unconventional. It is sometimes unnecessary, but it's gonna do so much work.
Oh, now Flames face checking as the Ragnarok to bail him out. There's another ultimate used defensively though. This time it's a Spiraling Despair. Freak will happily gobble that one up. Meanwhile, Joby's once again just trying to stack his passive. He wants all those plants. But how long are they willing to stall Orbital? Because Sourcewalker will be back on the Rift not far after a couple of seconds.
I think right now it's more just trying to get some extra kills. I don't think you're trying to go for Baron itself. You don't have the fortitude and you don't have the damage. Essentially, you're just trying to get more kills, more gold, and give yourselves a little bit of a leg up. There it is. You go ahead, back away. You don't force it at all. And you're actually looking at this dragon. I think in 2 minutes, you waited enough time and you're going to be okay. You look at the next dragon you get and close out, because that's going to be your big team fight opportunity. This IDA squad, they haven't been given the opportunity to team fight as easily as they would like. Blazing Cake has landed some poke, but not being granted that opportunity to really pump out that DPS. I think that's what they're going to look for. They're able to get a kill or two. They're able to draw a lot of agency away from Elysium Ymir. Then you can look to focus. Then you can look to kind of shift away from the dragon's side into the Baron afterwards.
We'll say this is where Ezreal's damage can get real scary. Once he gets to near three items with that Moramana done. What a call from Blazing Cake. Remember, this is the R5 Ezreal as the answer to Margin's Hwei. What a series has this been so far for Blazing Cake if IDA are able to win this game off the small gold lead they have and take the title.
I think they can. Once again, I think the team composition for IDA just feels a little bit stronger. Only thing really, Flame still 3-0 and 0, still very, very strong, 2.5 items. Very, very tanky, maybe not stat-wise, but can run down just about anyone and has a Flash Ghost available. They're just going to look at it on Duck's side. Other side as well, Cat2 is starting to ramp up, but they haven't been able to layer the damage as well. You can see Duck already 2.5, looking for a bit more, 2.5 on Blazing Cake as well. And I like this call down. Right now, it's the bait. IDA saying, okay, if you're going to look at Dragon, we're going to look at Baron and just rush it.
Flame could be game breaking. The Ragnarok, the Olaf, they can run through all of them. True Shot Barrage does scrape across 4. Joss has the healing with that new Senna to keep the rest of Elysium Ymir topped off. We set into the classic NA tier 3. Everyone stand mid lane and throw your abilities at each other. There's no waves to fight for, just positioning. And nobody really able to grapple for either of that, except that Ymir does have river control. Now have a bit chunkier health bars. Still will kills though, I believe has a Warmog, so stay out of combat long enough. Should get that health ramping back up.
Honestly, right now, I think they're doing quite well, but look at the traps being set down here. Flame doesn't want to burn that Ragnarok really, really quickly, so with this battle and the waves actually shoving against IDA, they're going to give it up. They're actually just going to rush over towards this Baron. I think they can set it up in time. It's a trade of Dragon for Baron.
They're not going to start it until this Dragon is nearly gone. I think they're a little bit too late to this play. They can maybe try and set up a Death Brush. They're going to they're definitely looking for the bait. This is definitely going to be a turn. They're not going to, they shouldn't commit all the way to this Baron unless Elysium Ymir let them. There's the ghost pops. Here goes Flame. He's the big X Factor with the Ragnarok, trying to get to the back line. Joby is going to fall. Duck had to flash away. The Ragnarok's going to run out soon. Problem is, the front line is down. Source Walker did end up fighting Freak. Curtain call coming out. The two marksmen are going to have to go huge. Duck and Blazing Cake have to save this for IDA. They can't let the Baron go for free, but there's no jungler left up, and Flame is going back forward. Shut down to Blazing Cake. Source Walker is next to step up. Does he have enough damage to the tank? He does. Gets the job done. Duck's the only one to limp away. Elysium Ymir. Baron, gold lead, the cusp of silver scrapes.
Once again, the trigger is pulled, the cannon is fired, and Flame is off to the races. 4, 1, and 3. The ultimate deciding factor, and whether this goes their way or not. Quite literally, Jovi and Duck, you cannot be seen at all if you want a chance at staying alive. Double grievous wounds coming out as well, just trying to cut through that healing, which has been a menace and a pain throughout the entirety of this game on the side of Elysium Ymir. And right now, Jovi's about to get a pinch once again.
What is going on, Jovi? We cannot take camps right now, my friend. Oh, we commit the ultimate too? I mean, I guess it's just a stall job at this point. Sourcewalker picks up the kill. Hold on.
No flame.
IDA is here. Duck has a big crit shot. Maybe it was all a bait from Jovi. Here comes the turn. The numbers are there. Sourcewalker, are there enough shields and heals to get him out? No,
Oh
it's
my
a crit
God,
shot
no
to the
way.
face. Blazing Cake gets another one. Disaster for Elysium Ymir.
Oh my God, I can't believe this. That was, you know what? Jovi's like, haha, I win. That was totally my plan all along. No, it wasn't. Absolutely not. It was the mistake being made. The catch occurs, and now it's actually pushed back as 3 Barons are lost. Well, God dang. IDA trying to fight with the best of them. And this is one of those moments that you wish like you had in Anivia or something like that on IDA's side, because if you can block off Flame, you win these 9 times out of 10. In a 4v4 situation outside of Flame joining, IDA win. It is literally just Flame. The threat of Flame being in your front line or in your back line is keeping IDA from doing anything. Elysium Ymir, for their own right though, they have done so well in climbing back. The Caitlyn is doing work. The ace in the hole is perfect. Margin now 1, 2, and 4. I wouldn't even be surprised if the damage numbers are starting to scale up with how many severing bolts and the lava floors have done in these team fights. Oh boy.
All right. Well, the last time we saw IDA member 4 versus 1, he baited the rest of the team into dying. Blazing Cake, you got the same mojo up your sleeve? No, because nobody's near him. So are we just trading throw after throw kills right now? This is wild.
It feels like it. Tensions, I think, are running very, very high as well. But with this gold being taken, Freak is able to open up the top side of the map, which is opening up an opportunity for Duck to get more farm. And I hate saying this. I hate saying this because Jhin is just a wild one to see. I honestly think Duck is going to be the key to this. You need to land a forced shot. You need to do a decent amount of damage to Flame as they're working their way towards you. If you can chunk out Flame before, you're going to deter him from ever joining in a battle. And that's going to be your window of opportunity, because as soon as that happens, you get the Zyra plans down, you get the extra piece of the puzzle, and you know, all of a sudden these team fights look way worse for Elysium Ymir.
Curtain call just to keep the few baroned up minions off of that tier 2 turret, and that's the real prevailing theory and why it really stings for Elysium Ymir for me. Orbital is you had Baron on 5. A Olaf that needs at least 2 people to go answer him on one side. You have the rest of your 4 push another wave. Should have been minimum 1 inhibitor, but now you don't even get any of the tier 2 turrets from IDA knockdown, and they can just play for Cloud Soul now. They can play to try and pick off K2 and Joss. Flash down for K2. They have Joss locked down.
It's
But here comes Flame. He's got to be the hero once again. Getting to Jobi this time.
Oh,
Good
this side,
stasis.
yes, no.
They've waited out the Ragnarok. He can be stunned up. Flame is now mortal, and they're going to try and kill him off. There is the Titan raid boss down for Elysium Ymir. Opening for IDA to push forward, but the slows from Sourcewalker's ult's doing a ton. Probably Despair down on top of Freak's head as well. Ace in the hole. They're trying to trade tank for tank, but Freak limps away healthy, and look what's spawning in 10 seconds.
Oh my God. The god bleeds, but his disciples come back for revenge. Freak is getting chased out, but this dragon is being taken away. And remember, this isn't going to be Soul. This isn't Soul if Elysium Ymir pick it up, so it can be afforded to be given over. But Jobi doesn't want to. You don't want to go down to a 7th dragon fight because the game's already at such a tense point. There is TP for Freak. They're going to bounce right back in. Sourcewalker, this is my fight. It's taken!
Jobi wins it. He gets Cloud Soul and kills off Sourcewalker. And now all bards are off. K2 is going to get rooted up, stunned up, and killed off by Blazing Cake. 2 kills and Cloud Soul over to IDA as this seesaw of a game 4 swings back in IDA's favor. Blazing Cake, though, might make me eat my words.
No.
He face checks into Martian, who does go on a killing spree. Duck can't find the trade. The curtain call angle wasn't there.
It was extremely close. Let's not get it wrong. That was close as hell. And honestly, I think Blazing Cake could have left, but that was just a testing the limits. You know what? I don't disagree with it. If the Senna wasn't there, I think that would have been good. If the Senna wasn't there, that would have been a kill. Here's the deal. That was disastrous for Elysium Ymir. Flame got caught out, doesn't have Ghost this time around. It was such a good bait. Joby with that Zhonya's now is not a target anymore. You are not allowed to go on Joby any longer. You are actually in danger of having your HP drained away in the upcoming Baron fight. Joby or Flame, I don't think can stick with the rest of the team. Needs to find a flank angle, needs to wrap around from a totally different side if you want to be useful, right?
Elysium Ymir just need to like play one more fight where they're playing with Flame. It happened one time and they nearly won the game off of it. In the next 10 minutes, it's been who can throw harder, quite literally at this point. And that's why the gold is, how is the gold dead even at 35 minutes? All right, you know, maybe it won't be, because Flame is the target on the side lane. He has Flash, he has Ragnarok, pops one of them. Now trying to run his way out, commits the Flash as well, and that's such a huge win for IDA with Baron up right now.
I like how Chill Will is literally just chilling out in the jungle. It's like, I'm still going to be a menace here. Take a look at mid lane, though. That is a hard push from Ketsu. Remember, there's 6 scrubs on the side. Is this actually going to work?
Trying to stretch them thin. Blazing Cake will get the back off. Joby trying to burn through, but this is now 4 versus 4. Inhibitor turret down in the mid lane. What a spot could this be for a championship for IDA if they can hold strong here. It's going to have to be Duck. He's the only marksman in. In goes Chillwell kills. In goes Freak. Joby drops his entire combo. They're trying to burn through Flame, but his health bar stands up too strong. Freak won't fall on the backside either. Blazing Cake and Kitsu will join onto the fight, but it's split. It's scattered. It's broken, and nobody can find an angle back in. Flame is disconnected from the rest of his team. He's been abandoned, but Blazing Cake doesn't even want the fight. He doesn't even shoot a single mystic shot at him. Flame just walks out. Everybody walks out.
Oh my god, what is this? Is the peak of tier 3 is all I'm gonna say. This is the peak of tier 3. Messy fights, interesting calls that somehow work. The unorthodox does value, and now Sourcewalker face checks.
Base checks into Chill Will kills. He's tanky enough to survive it for now, but he does have to commit the Flash on the second re-engage. Another Spiraling Despair misses from Arjun. Duck eats a giant crit shot to the face as well. It is just a poke war. Nobody's willing to die. Everyone is willing to burn their flashes.
I honestly don't know who's gonna win here. It really is going to come down to who gets a catch on who. Flame has the ghost up, can do a Ragnarok rush, and just hope to God to kill maybe Blazing Cake or Joby. But the wave states are not in favor of IDA, so they're actually going to back out of this one. Elysium Ymir feeling a little bit more confident right now. Elder is also up in about 2.5 minutes, which could be a game ender, by the way. Considering how IDA are struggling so much, and same with Elysium Ymir, that could be the turning point. Baron, honestly, it can go either way. I don't think either side is going to care too much. It's actually this Elder that is going to be so scary. I'm
shocked that in that entire sequence, nobody died and nobody took Baron. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. IDA recognizing the back timers? Nope, they don't want it. They were just clearing wards.
I mean, it's so dangerous. Everyone's so scared right now, and I really don't think IDA actually have a good engage tool. You have the Leona, yes, but you need follow-up, and Freak is not the best. At this point, you're waiting for someone to step up and make the wrong move. You want to catch either Joust or Ketsu. The Dragon, I think, is going to be that main call, and I want to see that shift of vision and a move on down to the lower side of that Dragon Pit. Yes, you can do Baron pretty dang quickly. If you do and you lose a few more, this is going to be real dangerous. You're going to try and rush it here.
All right, here we go. You got 2 marks with 4 items.
They caught Flame away.
Joby has Zhonya's for Flame, and like you mentioned, no teleport on the Zoloft. Great call, Orbital. He's not even getting anywhere close to this Baron. It's already gone before Flame can even show up. So Elysium and Ymir are gonna have to win the fight off the back end. But with Baron taken, do IDA even want to fight? They just want to get out of dodge with this Baron. Freak and coming trying to run away, but here goes Flame going in, but he's going too far. His health bar's too low. Duck kills him off. Sourcewalker's down. Here comes IDA. It was topsy-turvy, but they pick up the Baron, and they're gonna look for the championship. Ace to IDA, championship to Iridescent Dawn Avengers.
They avenged Freak once again. It was such an amazing call. Honestly, that Baron, it looks spicy, but you look on the mini map, they had no wards. They guessed that Flame was not in position, and we said it since minute 15. If Flame is not there, they win. IDA, mad lad play.
It was pure pandemonium for the last 20 minutes, but it doesn't matter. 3-1. Iridescent Dawn Avengers are your ADL Summer 2024 champions.
I cannot believe what I just watched. That was a wild turn of events, and I said that I had no idea where this was going to go, and I was very much correct in that. I sat there going, I don't know how this ends. I felt like it was going to end with Elder. I felt like things were going to go awry at the Elder Dragon instead of Baron, but it was an amazing last minute call. Go for Baron, catch him off guard, and you saw the light leave Elysium Ymir's eyes. They went, oh crap, we are going to lose. And they chased just a little too far. If they had backed off that Baron, I think they still would have had a chance. I don't think Baron was the end all be all, but they decided to chase. They put themselves a little bit too far forward, and that was their kryptonite.
That was the kryptonite. Wow, Orbital. I mean, there was a lot of polished League of Legends in this series. Like game 1 was really good from IDA. Elysium Ymir looked really good in game 2. Of course, in true ADL fashion, the most chaotic part of this entire series was that last 15 minutes. Definitely has to sting if you are Elysium Ymir. I really feel like we should be going to a game 5 right now.
I think so as well, but you know, that's the best part of League of Legends, I think. You know, someone could say, you know, the first 20 minutes of the game don't matter. I think it all mattered, and I think honestly it played out about as good as it could. There should be no shame in how the games have been played. From Elysium Ymir's side, they played one hell of a series. They fought hard. I mean, Flame showed why they're a freaking all-star. It just didn't pan out for them this time around.
Didn't pan out for this time around. Once again, we're going to say it a lot more going forward. Congratulations to Iridescent Dawn Avengers, your 2024 Summer Aegis Defenders League champions. They'll give us a little bit more insight. We got to talk to some of their members after the quarterfinals. I'm sure one member in particular will be very gassed to get back up here and talk all the smack he was talking before and back it up with a championship. We'll also be naming a finals MVP as well. All that and more coming after one final intermission. Stick around. Welcome back, everybody, to the final conclusion of the Aegis Defenders League Summer 2024 split. And we are joined by the mid lane master, Iridescent Dawn Avengers, the newly crowned champion mid laner of the ADL. It's Blazing Cake. Welcome in, my friend Blazing Cake. First question over to you, man. Do your best to break down what the hell happened in the last 15 minutes of Game 4.
Game 4 was kind of nuts. We got a little worried in the mid game from that Olaf just running us down. But we focused up. We were like, that Olaf is the key player, and we were just kind of like, we gotta watch him.
Hey,
I
that
think
works.
that's fair. I think it's really fair. At the same time, you guys came out with some heat, and considering your team was coming in here as a 5-2, you were sitting at about the same realm as Elysium Ymir. But in that same vein, you guys were seated a little bit lower. Did you have any sort of reservations moving into the grand finals here, saying, you know, maybe it might be a tough matchup, or were you basically saying, hey, we're fine either way?
Oh no, we were fully confident in the matchup. I don't think anybody was doubting that we could take this series. Qualifiers. We had a bit of a rough go. That's why we ended up going 5-2. So I was confident in us to take this series.
Hey, all right. I mean, it showed. You came out with a pretty dang hot streak in game number 1. What was that? That is an Azir pentakill for you right there, and that seemed to carry you onwards ever further. I gotta give credit. Was that what were the comms like in there? Were you just like, yeah, give me the penta, or did you even know you were just like, let's clean up the kills?
I did not know that was a penna until the last until the quadra kill popped up. So I was not. I was just in the fight. It was pretty calm. I don't think anybody was going too crazy. We're just calling targets.
All right, so what was more crazy? How much damage you realized your LeBlanc could do game 3, or the Azir pentakill that came out of nowhere? That's
the Azir pentakill, definitely.
Okay. All right,
That was
cool.
a blast.
Right.
I always love playing Azir.
Well, you definitely made it look like poetry on Summer Reserve in that game number 1. Blazing Cake, though, next question I want to ask you is, I kind of want to just get like the vibe of this team, understand like how you guys work through things, you know, down to maybe your comms. Like, you know, talk to me about what maybe a preparation week looks like for you guys going to this grand finals, and you know who that shot caller is in your guys' comms. Like, what really makes you guys feel special as a team, besides the fact that you obviously believe you just outhandsed everybody in the ADL?
Well, really shout out to Chill Will. He does a lot of the draft planning and then the actual comms in game. He's usually shot calling the macro, while we're all, you know, giving little tidbits of stuff, you know. Definitely support carry in terms of the macro.
Oh yeah, I mean, it might not have only been the macro. Some of those Leona games were absolutely disgusting from Chill Will kills.
Oh, absolutely.
Also wins the award for best name in the ADL. It's not even close. Chill Will kills. Chill
Come
Will
on.
kills.
I give Blazing Cake a lot of credit there.
All right, you know what? Hey, we got another award to give Mr. Blazing Cake over here anyways. If it isn't obvious to everybody at home, I've seen some people spamming in the chat. Mr. Blazing Cake, Mr. Azir Penta LeBlanc aficionado, you are the finals MVP. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing run. Last word goes to you, my friend. Stage is yours. Shout out whoever you want to shout out before we go out of here.
All I want to shout out is my amazing team. Everybody on my team really putting in the work. I was just really showing up this series, but everybody else showed up the rest of the split. So huge shout out to the team.
Love it. He stays noble, but he absolutely balled out. That is your finals MVP on the championship Aegis Defenders League, Iridescent Dawn Avengers. That unfortunately wraps up our coverage of this split of the ADL. It was absolutely awesome to get a jump in here midway through, right when everything got really fun with my main man, Orbital. Orbital, you got any final words before we close this split out?
No, it's been amazing. Honestly, the ups and downs for a lot of teams have been so much fun to watch. This was my first, I think, actual season with Aegis, and it's been a fantastic home. So I'm very, very glad to be here, and hopefully I get to continue to be here in the future.
Love it. Yeah, it was an absolute blast with you, my friend Orbital. First gig we've worked together casting PVS behind the scenes. Aficionado, always judging our critiques on builds as much as he's running the production there. Is probably a smarter League of Legends player than I will ever be. Anyways, that will wrap up the ADL split, folks. One more congratulations to Iridescent Dawn Avengers, your ADL defending champions. Now, keep a watch on socials for the next signups for all the leagues, and make sure to keep a special eye on the ACL starting up in the fall. The biggest league in Tier 2 and Tier 3 all fall long, so keep your eye on that. But for now, I've been Slayer, that's been Orbital, and that closes out the ADL season. We'll see you guys again when we see ya. Until then, take care.